Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lostsplaining the Interwebs Late Night Sunday Drama Edition. How is it going? How is it going? Yes, I thought you guys might like that. That's the really old intro. That's the really old intro from the early days of the channel. I went and found that. We have we have some things to discuss tonight, I suppose. So here I am. I'm enjoying my Sunday. Look at me. I'm in a white t-shirt like some sort of reprobate, and there I am, minding my own business. When all of a sudden I get a little jangling from my Twitter, and I find out that I have been accused again accused by a very, very angry and large lady that I have somehow stolen the Vic Mignogna GoFundMe money, which is just a thing. I don't know why this is a lingering, persistent thing that I have somehow benefited of. Despite every single time it has ever been asked of me that I have ever answered, because, well, you can't answer everything. Unless you're on law Twitter, I guess, and you don't have anything else to do. Then you can answer everything because people don't talk to you that much. But that being said, I will state openly and unequivocally now, and we'll get to this more when we get to the topic, that I have never taken a penny from Vic's GoFundMe. Not only have I never, I would never, and most importantly, and it's almost like I set it up this way to avoid the potential accusation, I literally can't take the money. I can't do it. Vic would have to somehow give me the money. That's how that would work. So I can't take the money. I don't want the money. I set it up so that no one else could have access to it, including me. The most power I have over the GoFundMe is, in theory, I suppose, I could shut it down. As the organizer of the GoFundMe, I believe I have the power to do that. Interestingly, though, if you really want to get into it, were I to shut the GoFundMe down, there could be legal implications for me if I did that without permission. But I mean, let's not consider reality. Let's consider a fiction that we've created in our head, a narrative to decide to attack someone, again, accusing them of what would amount to be federal and state criminal activity at the felony level. If I were to do the things that I'm definitely not being accused of, but being accused of. So I will state it again. And it's the easiest thing in the world to say this because it's just the truth. I didn't, wouldn't, and can't take any money from the GoFundMe. Simple as that. Simple as that. Can't do it. In fact, if you read up on how GoFundMe works, if you look into how the program pays out, if you look at who the beneficiary is, it ain't me. It ain't me. In fact, it technically isn't Vic. It goes to Beard and Harris, as stated, to an IOLTA account where it is held in trust for Vic. That's how it is. I don't have access to that account. Can't. Not mine. So you got to talk to Vic and his representative about where they're sending the money. And I can tell you, again with confidence, it isn't me. I don't get it. I don't want it. I don't need it. And I certainly would not put myself at risk of going to literal prison over a percentage of a GoFundMe. Like, that is the... I know people do it, right? I know people do it. But those people usually haven't pissed off a rabid pack of lawyers. So, again, the thought process is bewildering to me. And we're going to talk about this a little more as we go on. It's one of my favorite subjects because it's me. First and foremost, you gotta pet the narcissism a little bit. Gotta just rub the narcissism, give it a little scratchies. It's me, and also, it's just this ongoing sort of funny thing. We're gonna talk about that though. We're gonna talk about it in depth, I suppose, because, well, the new accusations around it are interesting, and again, devoid of reality, devoid of basic legal reasoning, devoid of basic sensical reasoning. But we'll talk about that. The other stuff we're going to talk about tonight is I have been attacked for speaking out about Sophie, and it's directly attacks on my channel. I'm going to show you guys the evidence. And just to rub the feces right back in the eyeballs of the attackers, not only am I going to show you the emails from YouTube about the false flagging, not only am I going to show you that, we're going to replay. This is how I do things. We're going to replay the parts that they have alleged are privacy violations. You know why? Because they're not privacy violations. And if they want to try to suppress what happened in those clips, then I 100% want to oblige them in making them even louder. So I will show you. We don't fight in the dark here. Good things happen in the dark, and fighting isn't always a good thing. So we're not going to fight in the dark. We're going to fight in the daylight, because the daylight cleanses all of the nastiness. And we're going to put that right out in front. And then where we go from here, oh, I don't know. I guess I'll just keep talking about the Sophie stuff way more often than I haven't done videos on it in like a year. But now they've piqued my interest. So that being said, that's one thing. And then, I have no idea how long this stream is going to be, guys. I don't know if we're going to go 3 hours. I don't know if we're going to go 2 hours. I don't know if we're going to go 4 or 5 hours. It's up to you. It's up to you and how pissed off I get, I guess. So it's partly up to me as well. And however that works. And by the way, I see you in the chat, Uncivil Law. How you doing, buddy? Hey, man, I owe you a phone call this week to catch up. Haven't talked to you in a while. I want to see how you're doing. And I've been absolutely swamped. So I want to make sure and give you a call. So if I'm going to try and call you tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But I'm going to try and do that, because I miss you, man. I miss you, man. And we gotta talk about some good stuff. So that being said, we'll go as long as we go tonight, and it'll be fun. But the third subject is what I have called the Rittenhouse RabbleRousers. These are, whenever I do a Kyle Rittenhouse video, there's a couple people that show up with the same arguments. The same arguments and the same things, and we're going to talk about them. And it doesn't matter what you say about it, because they have an ideological lock on the testicles of this argument, and they're going to hold on to it for all that they are worth. But we'll talk about it because it makes them mad. That's the thing. That's why it must be done. If it makes people mad, it must be something good. Why is Vic your lawyer? And I guess we'll plug the GoFundMe, something I have not been doing, because, again, I'm waiting for the appeals court results. I am. That's what I want to see. I want to see appeals court results on this thing before I fully, plug the GoFundMe. That's what I want. I feel like that is the proper thing to do, unless someone else brings it up. And I didn't bring it up. I have no reason to. I have my answer to the Vic question, basically, outside of, obviously, I got to interview Vic a little while back. That is a great, wonderful video. That live stream has over 100,000 views on it. It's fantastic. People really, I think, got to identify with Vic and his story in it. I love doing that. But outside of that, I don't really have anything to say about Vic's case. And I know that actually makes some people mad. I think that is to my personal detriment. I think if I would have just gone rah-rah on the Vic stuff, like all through this, and made 1 to 2 videos a week about Vic and revisiting stuff, it would probably do really well. It would probably keep some people who maybe aren't as concerned about the other law and politics stuff engaged in the channel. But you know what? I haven't had anything to really say. It's just a waiting game. So I didn't do that. So I don't bring it up, but you probably wouldn't be. You guys are smarter than me most of the time. You probably would not be surprised by this, but I'll say it as a figurative expression anyway. You would be surprised how often these people bring up Vic's stuff. And I say you would be surprised because I'm surprised. Like, how can you guys who hate Vic and who hate me and who hate Ty, whatever Venn diagram that is of things that come together, all of those people, though, bring this stuff up all the time. All the time. And I don't understand why. Like, maybe I'm a little ADD or whatever. Oh, and I know that's ableist, and I fully support ableism in this context and basically every other context. Maybe I'm a little bit ADD, but I get kind of tired of sitting in a subject. I get tired of sitting in a lot of things. You can look back on my life and find the things where I got bored and moved on. That's just how my brain works. But that's with things I like. we're talking, that's like long timelines, like about 2 to 3 years doing a thing, 2 to 3 years doing this thing, 2 to 3 years doing that thing. After when I move into a house, after like a couple years, I'm like, oh God, do I want to move? I don't. I really don't want to move, but my brain works that way. You're in a car for, a year, 2 years, 3 years. Even if I like the car, I'm like, oh God, do I trade it in? I don't. I tend to drive cars for like 7 to 10 years because, who can just buy cars all the time? I can't do that. Computers. Oh my God. I want to upgrade. I want to upgrade every piece of tech I own every 3 minutes. That's me. I'm like, oh, cool. What's the next thing I can get for this? So like, I'm really pumped for the stupid Steam Deck, even though that's not coming out till second quarter of next year. I'm like, when am I going to get my Steam Deck? And I'm looking at VR headsets because, first of all, I've really, really wanted to get into VR for a while. I think there's a lot of fun that can be had with VR, and I've almost picked one. I'm so close, and I'm like, pull the trigger, you son. And I'm trying, but I don't need this is how my brain goes. It's like, do a new thing all the time. YouTube, and don't take this the wrong way, but because again, my brain will say things, I don't always listen to it. It's not the leading. But even after 3 years of YouTube, and you when you get into a habit of like switching things up every couple years, after 3 years of YouTube, you start thinking, okay, what's next? What's next? And I'm like, I don't want anything to be next. I want to do this because this is fun. This is entertaining me. And I want to keep building it, but my brain jumps from subject to subject, okay? On things I like. Now, on things I hate and don't like, I spend a couple minutes, I get my rant out of the way, and then I go do most anything else. Like once the rant is done, you're pretty much good. Pretty much good. But is a thing going to bother me more than like a week? 2 weeks? I mean, it has to be really, really bad. These people aren't affected by this at all. These people aren't affected by any of this. And yet they come back to it over and over to just hate. They just have to hate, have to hate, have to hate. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But Eldon Bainling says, you won't get bored of streaming and leave us without a stream in the next 2 years, will you? I don't want to. It would take something pretty drastic at this point. Because this is my favorite job ever. Now, would I like to change some things about like how YouTube works and stuff like that? Yes. But my goal, as I've stated for a very long time now, and this is consistent, the stream, the show, is the show. Whatever other trickery and witchcraft I can pull on YouTube to extract money from YouTube, I want to do that. But the show is the show. So however that works out, yes, I want to do it. I want to get to the point where, the show is secure forever. Because I don't know what other job I would like doing more. Other people like maybe want to just cut a couple videos a day, and this is not a knock on them. They want to cut a couple videos a day, edit them out, and get them out and do really well on there. And the guys who do that, I wish I knew how to do that. Like, I wish I could figure that end out. I'm not good at that. But even if I can do that, I want to be here pretty much every night because this is fun. This is fun stuff. So, yeah. So no, I don't plan on abandoning the show anytime soon, much to the chagrin of some very, very angry people. What I want to do is I want more people to watch. That's the rub, right? I actually want more people to come out and watch these shows. I want to figure out how best to organize the show to get YouTube to promote it. And I was talking to my YouTube partner about that. I've got some brainstorming ideas, and in the next couple weeks, we'll see what I can put together. But one of them, and I'm gonna preview talk about it right now. I think I talked about it in a second. When are we getting the flag back? I seriously, it's right here. I need help hanging it in the appropriate place so that it's straight and in the frame and all of that stuff. So the preview for what weird thing, because you always have to do a weird thing on YouTube to make everybody mad. And I'm hoping that this won't. If it works the way it's supposed to, it won't make anybody mad. It'll be a really cool thing. But is to break up the live stream live in a way that doesn't affect you guys at all. And it's through this redirect feature that YouTube has, where you can end a live stream and redirect the audience to an existing, automatically, YouTube will redirect you to an existing other live stream or premiere. And so in theory, if this thing works, I will be able to do like a segment. We'll say it's a 3-hour show. We do 3 1-hour segments. And each of those segments would be on an individual live stream. And as I end one segment, it'll move it to the next one and then move it to the next one. And you guys would actually just stay. You wouldn't have to do anything. It's not even autoplay. It will automatically have it happen. Allegedly. That's why I got to test it. We're going to test it. It'll be a silly test thing that we try. If it doesn't work, I'll throw it in the garbage. But I have a feel. It sounds like a raid, but it's not, because you can't direct it to someone else's channel, which is also dumb, by the way, that you can't do that. You should be able to do that. However, look, I look at YouTube analytics basically all the time. And I'm one of the very few streamers who, well, maybe, I don't know. I shouldn't say I'm one of the few. There are not a lot of streamers who stream for an extended period of time almost every day. There aren't a ton of them. And so the thing is, though, YouTube Analytics looks at streams in a really weird way. No matter if you have a whole bunch of people watching a stream for the entire time, it doesn't count all of those as one view. It counts them as a view every something like 46 to 53 minutes. It's somewhere in there. I don't know the exact number. YouTube won't tell, like they don't, my person doesn't know. You'd have to get a tech person. But if you watch a live stream and there's 1,500 people watching, when you get to that end of the live stream, there's 7,500 views. That doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense. And so here's the trick. There's a recycle function as a live stream goes on. Now, there are some people that churn in and out, and that's what makes the numbers really hard to find out. But there's a watch time limit that occurs. Now, the interesting thing is you can have a live stream with a whole bunch of people watching, and right at the end of the show, if you go look at YouTube metrics, they'll say that the average watch time was somewhere around 30 to 35% of the total stream, even though the overwhelming majority of people are staying for the entire time. The YouTube system is double counting views, and I think when it does those double counting views, it counts them as leaving the stream and not watching. So, well, I say double counting, but it could be, depending on how long the show is, you could get 4 to 5 counts on the same person. Now, watch time percentage impacts distribution of videos, not just on the existing video, but all of them. So if you're consistently doing long streams with pushing your watch time percentage down overall, that's a negative on the algorithm. And I know this is weird tech talk on this, but I have a theory that if you shrink the time of the actual live stream and break it up into parts, because YouTube actually recommends very much doing like 45-minute live streams. That's what they think they should be in general for creators. If you do these live streams and you break them into shorter segments, but have everybody carry through, you can have the same show. It'll boost the amount of watch time on the streams and stuff like that. Maybe. I don't know. Got to check it out. Got to check it out, because even YouTube people don't know how this works. And when you point out the numbers to them, they go, that's weird. And it is weird. And Camelot331 nails it. Really wish YouTube would separate the live stream algorithm from video. Think it has pretty much killed my channel. Oh yeah, it's terrible. They need to separate it, but they won't. And here's the best part. You could blame YouTube and their tech team or whatever for this, but the reality is they have created an AI to manage YouTube. YouTube is managed by an AI series of algorithms that intelligently delivers content to its viewers. And what that means is they input a bunch of sort of, Boolean or Bayesian questions, depending on what algorithm they built. I'm guessing they're now leaning into Bayesian mathematics. But anyway, so they either have Boolean or Bayesian sort of questions going on, and then that AI starts to develop answers around those, and the people who programmed it don't know how the answers will come out. And that's the trick. They don't know. They know that it will produce some sort of result, but the system is designed to aggregate so much data into it and interpret it and spit out a result that they can only try and figure out what inputs will make things work out for their audience. They can't aggregate the data themselves and interpret it. They're not machines. So anyway, I'm trying to work on this to see what happens with it. I think it'll be interesting. And if I'm right on this, one, I'll be the smartest YouTuber of all time that will never get any appreciation for it ever. That's how it'll go. But I will, you know, if I'm right, if it works, I will certainly tell all of my streaming friends. But if it doesn't work and it's a colossal catastrophe, everybody gets to make fun of me. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I forgot my propel. So anyway, I have rambled on enough before we get this thing started. So let's do that. Let's get this thing started. I'm also, again, algorithms. I fucking hate. I hate it. But I have started doing YouTube Shorts. I uploaded a couple of them today. I used the Surface Duo to record them, and it is one of the worst cameras on the planet. And so I noticed some issues with the recordings themselves, and I'll be looking to get a different piece of tech. But let me talk about this son of a bitch. This piece of garbage on the Kiwi farms, this scumbag, and he knows who he is. We're going to talk about the least concern, you asshole. Yeah, that's right. I'm calling you out. You sack of garbage. Here we go. Let's see. I'll show you. I'm not afraid. Look at this. Turn your phone 90 degrees. Turn your phone. I would, but YouTube Shorts are required to be filmed in portrait mode. Motherfucker. They have to be recorded that way. They have to be. So if I were to record it in landscape, I would then have to go in and I would have to edit it into portrait mode. Anyway, it's a stupid system. I hate it, but they wanted to fight with TikTok. And that's what they did. Anyway, just a shout out to least concern. That was very funny. Silly Goose, I don't like the shorts. Don't watch them. Won't offend me ever. I hate that they go out, that they notify in the same way. I hate how they have the system set up, but there are very few systems that YouTube has in place to reach beyond your existing audience by design, and shorts are one of them. So. Oh, there we go. Quick throwaway. Saves it right here. To be fair to Nick, these videos are part of YouTube's push for shorts. They are, as you can probably guess, less than a minute long video, likely done to compete with TikTok. I believe it's done through YouTube's mobile app, and it's intentionally shot in vertical mode. See what I mean if you watch it in the mobile app. Yeah, that's right. Vindicated. Plead the fifth. Your shorts are flooding my inbox. I wish they wouldn't. They're not even intended for the normal audience. They're not. So anyway, but yeah, all they're intended to do is maybe show up on some jackass's phone somewhere. That's it. You don't get notifications on the shorts? Good. I don't want them. I do not want notifications. Never, ever, ever. I want them to pop in on people's phones and then maybe have them go, huh, I'll check out that guy's channel. That's it. What about a separate channel for shorts? No. Okay. Let's read some of these chats that have come in, and again, remember that watch percentage thing that I talked about, watch time percentage? Here's the thing with shorts. They're under a minute long. The watch time on them is, the percentage watch time on them is massive. And that's why YouTube Shorts end up really positively impacting a lot of channels. They don't make money. They're $0. They're not monetized. Nothing like that. But it's a decent amount of views and a high percentage watch time, and they just build on each other. So again, YouTube builds these systems. We work within them as much as possible. And what I try to do is tell people about them. Because I kind of, when some things your business, you nerd out about it. And so I kind of nerd out about it. I don't know. Okay. Drayfon says, damn, Nick, stop stealing. No, I will not. You need to make your shorts more exciting. May I recommend bikinis, Tannerite, and AR-15s? I can do the AR-15s. And maybe they'll make an appearance very soon. We'll figure it out. Gabe Clawfred says, take my worthless Canadian shekels and keep the show going strong. Thank you. And since this is an unconventional stream, I'm going to just try and read all the super chats as they come in, and we'll handle those. So there's a couple more here. Mario Carter 13 says, I don't fight in the dark. Late night streamer. Squirty McFallick the third says, first super chat. Hey, welcome. Thank you. Happy to be your first time. They keep bringing up the Vic stuff because it's not about the lawsuit. It's about burying the man alive in a shallow grave until he can get into a real grave. True. The Dragon's Treasure says, please don't leave us, Nick. What did we do? And Dale Ritter says, watching you has given me a new appreciation for whiskey. If you have any recommendations, I'd like to hear them. That's a long and complicated question, brother. But it depends on your price range. I'll give you some quick hits. If you're looking for, let's see, glance around the room. What do we got? Oh, get a Whistle Pig, any vintage. That'll cover any price range. There's your rye whiskey. It's good. It's good. Whistle Pig rye is great. And it doesn't matter what year you get. They're gonna go up in price as they get older. So the next thing you got, I'm avoiding the joke. The next, for Scotch. If you like a smoky, peaty Scotch, get a Lagavulin 16. It's a great mainstay, good staple. It's wonderful. Or if you can't find that, and you can find the Nick Offerman Lagavulin 11, it's a great purchase, around $70. Lafroig's a little cheaper than Lagavulin. Again, these are like eating campfires with road tar in them. They're great. Wonderful. If you don't like that kind of whiskey, Dalwhinnie 15 is a little expensive, but it's good. Glenkinchie is a nice whiskey. A Cragganmore, Talisker. These are all good scotches. And then for bourbon. I like Balcones. What else do I got for bourbon? Let's just go with Balcones for now. Let's see. Music and Fiction says, launder your shorts, Nick. Hashtag YouTube poop. Ghost of Recon says, first live stream. Thank you for the content. Hey, buddy. Thanks for being here. Ascended Not So Handsome Jack says, WTF, a Sunday stream, Nick? Hell, I'll take it. Yeah. Oh, and Camelot says that you think YouTube has you set up as a streaming channel. Your streams get bigger every day, but your videos are going in the opposite direction. I'm set up as I shouldn't be on YouTube channel because neither of those things. YouTube doesn't like me for either one. I don't know why. Samantha Flynn. Miss Flynn, how are you doing? Says, did you hear our Indiana best friend is getting criminally charged? Fats and Mads are fat and mad. Samantha, I owe you and your husband a conversation, and I would love to have one with you guys. I will be getting on that in the next day or two here. So I'll be reaching out. And yes, the fat Mads Whew, are they fat and mad? Mr. Bentham says in Trump voice, it's a good whiskey, a delicious whiskey. You've never seen whiskey this good. We're America. We've been making whiskey better than anybody for far longer than anyone. Scotland? You have Scotch? What is it? Probably made in Detroit. Don't even know. Pastor Flash says, I think it's a mistake trying to read these as yes. It is. But I love making mistakes. Mistakes are good things. Let's see. What do we got here? All right. I need to find the first one. Okay, so we are going to cover a couple different policy complaints in Google. All right. Now I have to look. I can't just show my Gmail window. That's just not a good idea. So I'm gonna grab screenshots of the emails, and then we're going to use those screenshots to pull into the. Hold on. To pull those screenshots into, they've got a link in them, and we'll go to the spots in the video that are mentioned. All right, so that's how we'll do this. Eagle Loan, no, I did not get my GaryCon tickets yet. Not yet. Pastor Flash says they come. Thank you, Pastor Flash. Also for the final donation, which didn't have a message. Asia Fraser says, I've come to the conclusion that the word whoremonger is the biblical term for simp. Thus, simping is sinful in the eyes of God. Wolfgang Deo says, do. And Pastor Flash says, in you mother... Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. This stream it's supposed to be fun. So I'm sure you guys will find a way to piss me off. That's not what I wanted. Go away. Here we go. So here is the first email. Now, I got this the night of the first Sophie long stream that I did. Andres K says, can I get a quick update on Ace Attorney videos? There will probably never be another one. They're all on the channel. You can go find all of them. I finished the game. I did not finish the expansion because it's like too many hours. It's too many hours. All right, so here it is. This is notify we received a privacy complaint from an individual regarding your content. Here we go. Here's the link, which we're going to pull up in a minute. Now, here's how this works. It says the information reported as violating privacy is at 59 minutes, 43 seconds. That's what this little thing is. It's an ugly time code. Good job. Good job, YouTube support. Please note that the violation may also occur in the title, video description, channel image, or background. Notification informs you that another user has raised a privacy concern about your content. However, it will not automatically result in your video being removed. We will review the complaint for potential violations of our privacy guidelines and consider restricting the content. In the meantime, please review the content and consider making revisions to address a potential violation. Now, you don't, I clipped it out after that, but they go on to say, you don't have to, you don't have to do anything at this time. May not be a violation. They got to review it. Okay. Am I sure that's not Soye? No, but the timing was literally the night of the Sophie Long thing, and the next two that came are about Sophie Long. So here we go. Now they have sent me the timestamp for this. We actually have it. Here it is right here, and I am going to show again the exact same content. We will do the timestamp. So it is currently at 59 minutes, 35 seconds. So we have to get to 43. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Loretta Silver member says, would you ever make fancy YouTube shorts of you pouring and describing different whiskeys along with how you like them, price, etc.? Oh, that's a good idea. Sure. Joshua Vidrian says, Nick, did you see? That's a really good idea. God, you're brilliant. Joshua Vidrine says, Nick, did you see the other day that MXR's latest cry video, they uploaded a vid announcing an OnlyFans, a jokey OnlyFans, but still one nonetheless, SMH? Yes. Yep, I tweeted about it. It's true. Tet says, no, lol, notice same 7 dislikes every time with Vic Vids. Can probably name every dislike rent free. Yes. Okay, so here we go. We've got the volume on. Let's get the volume on here. All right. So we got to get to, we got to go 8 seconds. All right. We're going to have to do this here. Oh, there, we passed it. Did you guys see it? Did you see the privacy violation? There it was. That was the privacy violation. It occurred already. It was somewhere in here. What someone did was they went, phone numbers and emails are on screen. It must be a privacy violation. Of course, this is a document that was filed in court and is part of the public record. And there's no privacy concerns here. There are no private individual things on here. These are all, this is all part of it. But that's it. Yes, and that was like a million years ago. And what was interesting to me was how fast they found this. My number? No, my number's not on there. It's law office numbers. These are all lawyers. Casey Eric, Ty Beard. It's their stuff. So that's the first one. That's the first one. But the point of this is that these are invalid, right? Like that's the whole idea. And let's see we got the next one now. One of them, I can't show all of one of them, and you'll see why. This one is a little bit newer here. So let's get this one. All right. Automata says, was that haircut a YouTube violation? Rude. Rude. Cut me deep. All right, here we go. So same it's the exact same email. This is a form email you get from YouTube's legal team when there is a quote-unquote privacy question. So here we go. This one is a different YouTube video, right? And the information reported as violating privacy is 11 minutes 42 seconds to 12 minutes 24 seconds. So let's take a look at this one. We have to go. I reviewed this one, so it's a little bit earlier. It was what, 11 minutes 42 seconds, I think? Yeah. So let's go back to there. All right. So I have it at 11:40. Notice what it is. Notice what they don't want shown. They don't want Michael Long's story out there. This is what they don't want. My voice sounds weird in the old video. That was a lot of microphones ago. That was a way different microphone. Okay, so here is what they don't want you to see. This is from September 11th, 2020. Hashtag never forget, by the way. My hair was on point in this video, though. Look at that. Dang, I was looking sharp. So here, you can tell who is doing this based on what they don't want you to see. So here we go. We got about a minute of this one. It goes to, what, 12 minutes 24 seconds. So it's a good job, guys. Message. So who's in charge here? Who said she was safe? I want explanations or resignations now, not behind closed doors, to the public you serve. And he's, attention, Frisco Mayor Jeff Cheney, Frisco Police Chief David Shilson, and Child and Family Protective Services Supervisor Martin Lopez. This is him with his daughter at the hospital. So, okay, that happened, and that is an awful, awful tragedy. No, it's an atrocity. There we go. That's where it ends. That's where it ends. Apparently, that is a privacy violation, according to someone who has lied, obviously. And then we go on to talk about this is some of the this is the case documentation for Sophie back when I did this stream in September of 2020. So this is just what was available on the Texas case lookup website. Angry Healer says, keep fighting the good fight. And Phil Abudi says, Nick, how do you know Ty? Ty is a lawyer for several people that I know. And he also has been a family friend for a very long time. Not to me. I barely knew Ty. I barely knew Ty before the Vic stuff. But I know a lot of people who know him very well. So there we go. That is the next one. Now let's get to the other one. So that came 9 hours ago. And then this one came 8 hours ago. So you can see they are working. So this one's a little bit different. Hold on. And this one I can't show all of because it's an they claimed a whole video. not a whole one, but they claimed an hour of video. So we'll show through some clips of that hour video, but I'm not going to sit here and rewatch an hour straight. But here we go. This one's worded a little bit different, but it's the same basic thing. So, hi, Ricada Law. This is notify you that we received a privacy complaint from an individual regarding your content. So here's the YouTube link. Information reported as violating privacy is at 18 seconds through 1 hour, 4 minutes, 39 seconds, which is really, really specific on that. We would like to give you an opportunity to remove or edit private information that might be present within the content reported. This notification informs you that another user has raised a privacy concern about your content. However, it will not automatically result in your videos being restricted, and no associated penalty has been applied to your video at this time. We'd like to give you an opportunity to remove or edit the private information that might be present within the content reported. After 48 hours of this notice, we will review the complaint for violations of our privacy guidelines and consider restricting the content. Please note that you may not need to remove the content entirely in order to resolve the issue. YouTube offers a custom blurring tool, which allows you to blur anything in your video, including individuals or information. For information on the blurring feature, please visit this Help Center article. Please also check title, description, video tags, blah, 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 blah. All right. So that is the new one from, let's see, from 8 hours ago. And that stream was from September 3rd, 2020. And you'll very quickly see what they don't want you to see here. Here we go. It's almost starting. Inception. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. We're going to be watching this hearing here. I will unmute it in just a second.
Notice what they're trying to claim is a privacy violation.
Notice what they're trying to claim is a privacy violation. It's a literal public broadcast live stream on YouTube. It's the hearing. It's streaming live. Started 7 minutes ago. 4,900 people watching. That's what it is. It's broadcast, I think, by the court. I don't know who broadcast it, but I think so.
Nothing super interesting is happening yet.
So this is just an hour of a live stream that they're after.
Here we go. I'll get it pulled up in just a second. Ooh. Okay, the dad's joining, so I'm going to unmute it.
Okay.
Still getting my bearings here, but
it's literally anything that involves Michael Long.
This is a
thank you, Mr. Long.
Modification hearing.
All right. You're muted from your side.
Remember
and,
this guy? Security bro up here? The tech support guy with the trucker headset on. I love this guy. He's the funniest guy in the whole hearing.
Do the parties wish to take up their legal issue first after introductions?
Well, Your Honor, I would like to take up the housekeeping matter just so we can have a clear
don't diss the
record of
bailiff.
what's
That
going
guy's
on
great.
in this case.
Okay,
That's
so let
Look
me
at him.
have the petitioner,
It's got a
Mr.
green
Long,
screen.
introduce yourself, please, for my record.
Hello, Judge. I'm Michael Long.
Thank you. Ms. Long?
So anyway, this is all it is.
Really
It's an
long,
hour of their
Simon.
hearing.
Children are in danger in dad's care. I believe that was the position of, and if you look at her motion,
I think
and
this
if you
is
hear-
the attorney, by the way, who went after Ken Jennings and sent the cease and desist to Spectre. I think it's this lady. I think so.
from CPS today, they have serious concerns about father, not just the issues that he violated
I hope
the
they
first two court orders
bring CPS
of the
on.
court-ordered exchange, but that he's causing scenes at the exchanges that's causing emotional, long-term harm to the children. The child, Sophie, is now in care with a counselor that was been court-appointed, that was agreed upon. Also, there's psych evals for both parents by Dr. Blake Mitchell that's been agreed upon also by his former counsel. Father has not complied with anything, to my understanding, has not paid the amicus fees, has not complied. So our position is that we believe that the children would be endangered
Yeah, Laura
by
Elkin.
interacting with father.
So this is it. This is what they
That's why-
wanted. Struck. I don't know why they think this is a
At
privacy
point. And
violation.
I think the TRO
Again,
that you
Publicly
signed
broadcast
several days ago
on
basically
YouTube
was
by live stream.
And I have to say, I do believe that that's something that's
It's just
super
this for an
relevant at
hour.
this point.
Whether or not they were doing
They had a
before,
recess,
definitely
if I remember
are now.
right.
I'm so
Orders heard on August 20th, 2020, enjoined, open paren, prohibited,
This is it.
to adhere to. All three of you need to discuss these matters.
I don't know why.
Guns Down and Hail joined a paralegal. Thank you.
I don't know why they want the signal stopped. I don't know why they want that shut down. But I have a feeling to the people out there right now who are on Kelly Long's side. By the way, you can be on Kelly Long's side. That's an okay thing. I mean, some people might disagree with you. I don't have a side, Michael Kelly. I don't know what to believe. What I do know, though, and you guys need to understand, is that you have been astroturfed. You are the turf. You are the synthetic grass that they laid over the concrete so that no one would look at the mosaic underneath. They don't want anyone looking at the picture, so they employed a PR firm to literally fool you. That should raise questions about what's going on. And the fact that anything that I've broadcast so far involving Michael Long is what they're targeting. If it's not obvious that the privacy strikes are aimed at silencing anything for Michael Long's side of the story, after they have a PR firm astroturfing and bad-mouthing him, you have to start considering why they would do this. Why they want you to be their useful idiot. Because they do. Kelly wants this. Or her attorneys. Maybe she has no idea. Maybe it's just her attorney acting on his own and billing her for it. I don't know. It's not my... I'm not involved. I'm not involved. However, they are doxing people. They're going after jobs, or they're getting you to do it for them, by the way. That's even dumber of you. You're interfering with people's lives. You're harming. When you fucking bitches, when you went after Ken Jennings, you didn't just harm Ken, you idiots. You took him away from veterans who he was counseling for PTSD. You may be directly responsible for the suicide of a veteran. You created trauma. And if I would assume all of you Karens know how trauma works, but maybe that's too much of an assumption. But when you have someone who is in some sort of trauma and they have maybe PTSD and they open up their lives to someone else and they build up that rapport and trust to let someone in, and then you rip it off. It's like a Band-Aid being ripped off a fresh scab. You can actually reignite trauma with stuff like that. And so what you people did is so foul and disgusting that it's actually infuriating. This isn't people can't go in and get their favorite Wendy's employee. This is someone who's counseling, and you lied about him. You lied about him. And you did it because you're brainwashed by a PR firm. That's even worse. It wasn't even your thought. It wasn't even your own mind making the decision. Someone paid someone else to convince you to make that decision. And you don't even know it because you're dumb. And the other dumb thing is all of the people coming into my stream saying, this is old news. We knew about this. We knew about this. You know you're being manipulated. Oh my God, that's worse. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. I was like, these people, they must not know. They must not know that there's literally a company that is designed to professionally influence the public, professionally influencing the public on this matter for one party. And they're all marching in lockstep with that narrative. And then you come in and you're like, no, we know this is old news. Oh. Look, it's old news that they're taking money out of my bank account. What do you mean this is stealing? Okay. You're going to go live about this situation in 10 minutes. Yes, do it, Kaylee with the T. Go live. Go live in 10 minutes. Stream snipe me. Grab 20 people. Have fun with it. This is the situation. It's amazing to me. This is what's going on. And it's so brazen and it's so blatant. And these people aren't even taking a pause. So let's talk about this Sophie is kidnapped narrative. And at this point, it's a narrative. And it's very important that it's a narrative. Because here's the amazing thing. I think everybody involved in this knows exactly where Sophie is. I think Michael knows where Sophie is. I think Kelly knows where Sophie is. I think all their attorneys know where Sophie is. I think the judge knows where Sophie is. And I'm going to base that on, we'll call it experience. Because it is. I know that when you have a domestic dispute, and custody battles are domestic disputes, that even when you have orders that say something, all right, that it's not easy to get those orders enforced by law enforcement. Even if you have a clear order on it, even if the law is clearly on your side, even if all those things, which, by the way, they're not. It's not clear at this point. For Michael to be... So here's the thing. So people are out there suggesting that Michael Long has failed to produce Sophie, and he is in violation of the July 14th, I think, or 7th, July 7th. The July 7th order from the court that said he needs to produce Sophie. He might be in violation. He might be. But you know who hasn't decided if Michael's in violation of that hearing yet, or of that order? The court. That's a really critical distinction. That is an extremely critical distinction. To violate a court order, the court has to rule that you violated the order. And they may do so. And again, my advice to people is to follow court orders. Absolutely. That's the best way to do things. But, you know, it's not me in this situation. And I'm not Michael's attorney. Again, never spoken to the man, probably never will. Don't know if he's a good guy, don't know if he's a bad guy. I've got a lot of people telling me that Michael's a good guy. I don't know. Maybe. What I know about court is that there are two sides to every story, and each side makes the other person look as bad as possible. So that being said, you know, I'm willing to give anybody a shot. The other thing that I find interesting is we have no documented harm coming to the children from Michael. Now, people point to an existing court order where the court found that there was quote unquote parental alienation, and that was that put Sophie in immediate harm from Michael. So that being said, you know, I don't know. I'm very skeptical on parental alienation in general. One, it's an extremely, extremely tough thing to do. And two, the fact that the reaction from Sophie doesn't look like a fake reaction to me. But I don't know. But that being said, we have no evidence of physical harm coming to Sophie or the boys in the dad's care. We do have evidence of physical harm from a violated court order coming from the mom. And the fact that people want to overlook that is baffling to me. It is absolutely baffling to me. But that's the way this goes. When you have a PR firm on one side who has effectively choked off all of the funding and social media presence of the other side. So, we need to dispel the myths, though. Speaking of spreading the truth, that's pretty important. Right now, there's no evidence that Michael has run off. Someone suggested, I saw somewhere speculation that he was either in Mexico or Argentina, which is really specific. Doesn't seem to be based on anything. I can't find it. I, again, will state that based on my experience dealing with nasty custody disputes where a parent has kidnapped the child. So I've worked directly on this, okay? That it is near impossible. It is near impossible to get people to act on these things because the courts really defer to the fact that they're still with the biological parent. And it takes a lot to make that not happen. Or you can believe a conveniently timed missing persons report accompanying an order that a law firm knows it will have trouble enforcing, knows they're trying to generate money and social media presence for Kelly, and knows that David Routson, screwed up the subpoena. And let's just get into that for a second, because David Routson definitely did screw up the subpoena for the May hearing. He 100% did. He subpoenaed Sophie, a minor child. You can't subpoena a minor. They don't have capacity to accept the subpoena or service of process. According to the process server, it was served on Sophie, not on Michael, not on a competent adult at the residence. You typically cannot serve a minor child. There isn't a mechanism for it. They don't have capacity to accept service. They don't have capacity to enter into agreement to be bound by service. They can't. They can't do it. So, here's what happens. You got a law firm, screws up a subpoena. The big benefit of this law firm is that the other party is not represented by counsel. And they should be really thankful that Michael Long is not represented by counsel at this point in time. Because if he was represented by counsel, oh my goodness, half this shit wouldn't fly at all. And that subpoena, that would have been the sole issue at the May hearing. You subpoenaed a minor, you idiot. Try drafting it better. So what happens then is at that hearing, the court goes in and issues an order. Now, again, I don't know if Michael or Kelly are good or bad. This isn't about them. This is about the court and fairness, okay? So lawyer screws up, subpoenas a minor, can't do it. Custodial parent who does not receive service of process, does not receive a subpoena to produce a minor, goes into court without the minor. Judge's like, why didn't you bring him? Well, he didn't subpoena me. So then the judge works with the lawyer for Kelly and then crafts an order to force Michael to bring the child in. That is not a proper result. That is not a proper outcome from that hearing. And I would suggest that a petition for mandamus could be filed on that order. Right there. Say, nope, this is unlawful. Because all David Routson had to do was craft. They didn't want to do this, though, because they would have to get a new hearing date. They would have to give 30 days. They didn't want to do that. All he would have to do is craft a subpoena and serve it on Michael. That's it. That's all he'd have to do. David Routson, to be clear, is Kelly Long's lawyer. That's all he would have to do, but he didn't want to do that. Instead, they got a judge to issue an order that the judge had no business issuing. There's no reason for a judge to get involved in this subpoena issue when the lawyer incompetently writes or subpoenas a minor. None. He screwed up. Sometimes lawyers screw up. But he didn't. So then Michael didn't follow that order at the July hearing. Talks about why he didn't follow the order, which doesn't make Michael look great because he admits that he didn't follow a court order. I would argue that court order, if I were his attorney, that court order was invalid. It was improperly issued. But hey, I'm not his attorney. I don't practice in Texas. I'm not licensed there. Can't give legal advice. All of those disclaimers. So, not up to me. But that being said, he goes in and he's unrepresented. And then the judge asks him why he didn't offer or why he didn't bring Sophie to the hearing. So he tells the judge, tells a long story about the unsafe conditions under Kelly. Don't have to believe his story. I don't know if it's true. I'm not saying that it's the right story, but it is his story entered as evidence. All right. The problem that he has is, again, he admits to not following the order. If he were represented in court, his attorney would have not had him answer those questions. Probably. That would be the wise thing to do. The wise thing to do would be to challenge the order, to have Michael be quiet on the issue. And if they said, "Are you saying you violated my order?" Say, "I don't know." If he's compelled to speak, "I don't know if I violated the order." Plead the fifth. Violating a court order could be considered a criminal charge for contempt. You go ahead and work around that as much as possible. But that being said, we've got a narrative, though. And the narrative is that Michael has run off with Sophie because that narrative is most convenient to Kelly. And if people don't understand this, if you don't understand what you're shrieking about, what you're doxing people for, what you're ruining lives for, if you don't understand that it's literally one side putting forward what it thinks will be in its best interest and then treating that as fact, they're crafting a narrative and they're using you to do it. And they're using you to enforce it. Again, a missing persons report and then a shocking turn of events where all of these major media outlets who have not been talking about this case for months and months and months. The Sophie story's been dead in mainstream media for months because there's not much going on, right? Oh, the case is sealed. The case is sealed. One side's doing press releases. Suddenly, a bunch of mainstream media outlets pick up this case on Sophie Long. Pick up this report. Oh, they're all just, you know what they're doing? They're just waiting breathlessly. Fox News, they're like, "Oh, God, I wonder what's happening in that Sophie case. I haven't even heard about it since September. I better press F5 on this every 2 seconds on my Google alerts to see if it happens, to see if something happens in this case." Just miraculously, they're all doing it. Let the real Kaylee on? Who the fuck is Kaylee? Why would I let her on the show? What does she have to add to this? I don't know this person. He won't let me on. Haha, will the real Kaylee please stand up? I don't know how to contact you. I don't know anything about you. I know nothing other than you coming in here and talk about misinformation when all of my information is based off of documents. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Back to this. Again, if you want to be advocates for Sophie, I will humbly suggest that you have been fully manipulated into being advocates for Kelly, not Sophie. The missing persons report can be filed by anybody. Anybody can call in and file a missing persons report. And the fact that a missing persons report was filed and then subsequently ended up in the hands of every major mainstream media company within a matter of a day is not a coincidence. It's a narrative. And you should learn the difference. Let's see. Had to turn on the subscribers only mode because these large ladies want to spam the chat. Call it what it is, Nick. It's propaganda. Oh, it absolutely is. The bad thing is there are probably a lot of people with really good intentions who get wrapped up in it. That does not include anybody who doxed Ken Jennings or went after his employer. Those people are nasty, soulless, ugly, literally ugly people. We know that. Their pictures have been shown. And there's not hope for people like that. They don't have anything in their lives. So they cling to the idea, they fetishize the pain of a little girl. They cling to the idea that they are saving them. And when they get together in one place, their dead ovaries glow like Dragon Balls right before the dragon comes out, right? That's what happens. They get this faux maternal instinct, and it reminds them of all the things they've missed as opportunities in their lives. And then they channel that into what it really is it's a true crime fetish. That's all it is. And by the way, American women, you got a problem on the true crime stuff. I love me some Sword and Scale. I think Mike's great. But the fact that that is an empire, all of true crime is an empire built off of bored, middle-aged women, there's a reason. There's a reason. They fetishize pain and loss. And they rely on some sort of, I don't know what it actually is, but they rely on some sort of idea that by learning about pain and loss, by advocating against pain and loss, that somehow they're actually helping people, and it makes them feel better for just a little bit. Kaylee's channel is literally about true crime stuff. You don't say. You don't say. Look, and there's nothing wrong with true crime stuff. A lot of people I know like true crime. I was hooked on Serial. I was listening. I'm like, oh, this is great. This is a good show. For the first season. Second season was trash. But that's it. How to Make a Murder or How to Make a Murderer or whatever. All of those things, they blew up because women were watching them and listening to them. And then they fetishize them. Some of them. Not all of them. But you can see who. It's someone who would think, oh, someone's talking about this, and I don't like the fact that they're not expressly on my side. Therefore, I will call their employer and send emails to try and get them fired. Anyway, I'm about done with the Sophie topic for today. There will be more to come. Again, I said it in my short that I published today. If people are mad that this is being talked about, if they are attacking the content and trying to get it removed, that only means it needs to be talked about more. And you can't stop me. Lisa Sadowski doxed Ken Jennings. Okay. All right. Now we're going to start talking about the KickVic Chungus. Eldon Bainling says, Jennifer in the chat is asking if there's a way to support Sophie or Michael at the moment. Look, I don't know. I believe the Sophie GoFundMe was shut down a while ago. As far as they're concerned, literally, like as weird as this sounds, thoughts and prayers, man. That's about what you can do. You know, you hope and pray for the safety of Sophie and her brothers. They're wrapped up. No matter how much you like or dislike either parent, when parents get into this, both parents are culpable for lasting damage that they're doing to their children. Both of them. That's You know, they may have the best intentions of their children at heart, but both of them are fighting about this, and that fight will result in the children being harmed, you know, scarred emotionally. That's the way it goes. There's no way around it. That's the fallout when parents break up. But the fight going this way, and you can blame both of them. I want to point out for the people standing Kelly, she was court ordered not to have the children anywhere near Jacob Bellington. And then she took them to Jacob Bellington, and one of the kids got severely injured. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me that that is just something that they can brush under the rug. I don't know how to do it. Mario Carter says, Jeb had more energy than these trolls. Ralph says, you talk about Sophie and chat gets bot spammed. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, literally, like, it's funny. Rarely do people tell you exactly what you're not supposed to talk about, and they've done it. They've done it. Ms. H says it went from 50 Shades to true crime. Yep. Also, I want to say something. Again, lots of people have been sending me communications about Michael, and I don't know the guy, but I know that his side of the story isn't really getting to be told, and that bothers me at kind of a profound level, because this is a court dispute at the end of the day, and it's supposed to be even. That there was even a gag order issued solely on Michael and not on Kelly is baffling. And that's why the judge vacated the order after that. But that was a warning. Anybody in one of these cases knows that that's a warning. It's a warning from the court. You do this, your ass is toast. And Michael was being blamed for the actions of other people in that. And he may have been to blame. Again, I don't know. I don't know the man. But that being said, his story isn't getting to be told. So there's this infidelity story going on about Michael. And I even talked about it. Even I, right, was talking about the infidelity that Michael had with his most recent wife. They're now, to my understanding, divorced. But the infidelity alleged in that relationship. And I have gotten some contrary information about that. I have heard from some people that might be a narrative as well. So again, it's almost like when you have a PR firm that is designed to craft a media narrative on social media and in mainstream media, that maybe they do it. I mean, maybe they do what you pay for, but I don't know. We'll have to see. The Nicor man sent a super effective sticker. Thank you for that. I've never seen that one. That one's cool. Good Rat says, off topic, but I'm starting lineman school soon. Longtime watcher, so I'm hoping for some good luck wishes. Your streams are great. Hey, buddy. Go get it. That's a job that not a lot of people can do, and it's critically important. You guys are the guys that go out there in the storms to make sure electric grids stay up and people have, you know, adequate heating and air conditioning when things go south. So good luck with that, buddy. I hope everything goes well for you. Jackson Kai says, kids always love both their parents, so they always lose no matter what. At best, you're limiting their pain. And Veronica Starlight, welcome to paralegal status. Much appreciated. Okay. All right. Let's get to this thing that we have going. This is Whew. I have to try and find the genesis of this. Let's see where. Oh my God. Here we go. Oh, I could have just. I'm so bad at this. I'm not going to apologize, though. This is a Sunday stream that's impromptu. All right. So, believe it or not, I will show the genesis of this tweet, I guess, too. This is. Let's start with the post that initially made these people mad. The amount of anger in these people is astounding. Here we go. This is the post. A joke post that I made because my second Twitter account has passed Mars Girl. Well, I shouldn't say my second Twitter account. My media page's Twitter account has passed Mars Girl. It is actually owned by a separate entity or whatever. But it has passed Mars Girl. Now, I had passed Mars Girl and a whole bunch of other dumpy idiots a long time ago. But that account got yeeted over a bogus harassment. Well, I called Mitchell Horton a mutant, and Mitchell Horton is a mutant. Like that wasn't anything other than just the truth. That thing's a mutant. I don't know. But so I was joking the other day because I was telling people that I'm so close to passing Mars Girl on Twitter. And so then I did like 2 days later. And now I'm at 19,000. So we're moving the ball down the court or whatever. It was a joke. A good joke, a funny joke, but I make the joke. And so then passed again, rip. This made so many people mad. Like they're mad. I don't know. I haven't checked, but I have to assume that Mars Girl probably tweeted and commented on it because that's how she does things very often. She'll tweet and comment from behind a block. She will tweet and comment about people behind the block. And then I get an idea of when she does that to me because some weird, hideous simps show up to like suddenly start talking. I'm like, you don't follow me. Why would you see this post? It's like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So that leads to this. Catherine Tewson decided to show up and chime in because Beddick Martin showed up and chimed in, and Beddick Martin is probably Catherine Tewson. I mean, at the end of the day, that's likely how this goes. But here we go. So this is Catherine saying this is a thing she's been doing for a very, very long time to me. She likes to subtly imply or outright state that I am lying about the GoFundMe, that I might be engaged in things like wire fraud or theft, or just simply fraud. You know, one of those, just those little felony accusations that she's trying to make. Okay. And these happen all the time. Like, all the time. But, you know, here is her quoting my tweet from 2019, which is pretty simple. Back when I started the GoFundMe. I will not get a dime of this money. I will not even have control over the money. It will all go into a legal trust set up to accept client funds. Any unused funds have been directed to go to a Salvation Army shelter for abused women and children in Dallas. There you go. True then, true now. It's the same thing that's been on the GoFundMe since like one day after its inception. All of this stuff is there. And no, I've not taken my 1,000 like drink yet. So Catherine Tewson says, and while I don't know for certain, I am fairly sure that the highlighted part here is a lie. How are you fairly sure? If only because Nick freaked out like an overstimulated purse dog when I asked him about it. Let's get some things clear. Catherine Tewson doesn't ask legitimate questions. It's her style of discussion. They are illegitimate. They are a gaslight. That's the entire point of how she does things. She uses a variation of the Socratic method. I recognize this almost immediately when she popped up. And by the way, when she first popped up in the Vic thing, as always, I was very polite. This is something people don't seem to remember or realize, is that I am polite until people are rude to me. Catherine Tewson was rude to me. She was rude to people who followed me on Twitter. And I could see very quickly what she was doing with her gaslighting line of questionings. Line of questions. She's intending to get, at the time, people who don't really understand legal processes to admit to something through the use of questions that she will then go, aha, gotcha. It's not a very crafty trick. But it works when one person thinks they're entering into a genuine conversation and the other person has non-genuine aims. It's a simple trick to do online because you show up to a discussion thinking you're going to have a discussion. And then you realize, or don't, that the other person isn't interested in a discussion. They're interested in getting you to say the point that they want to make. Then they can berate you with that point and show you how you're wrong. It's not actually a good form of argument. And it's especially weak when you're doing it against an uneducated party who is offering their opinion. Because getting someone who doesn't know what they're talking about to admit to the thing you want them to say isn't an accomplishment. Especially if they're discussing in good faith, because they'll make an admission or a concession here or there in the discussion, say, hey, oh, okay, yeah, I'll take that. And then it's like, haha, you shouldn't take that. You're wrong. Like, oh, great. It's not really clever, but it works on Twitter because a lot of people will enter, believe it or not, will enter into a discussion on Twitter with genuine intentions. If you have a dishonest argument partner, then you can't have an honest conversation. So, that is the preface to what's going on with Catherine Tewson, and I'll simply show it to you. I'm not gonna leave this just as statements that I'm making. We'll just point it all out. We've got Matthew Harder saying, Nick, Miss Piggy and I were playing Green Eggs and Ham and listening to your stream. I love Miss Piggy's cushion between the pushing, but these ham planets need to attack a treadmill. Kalinka Pavlova says, Kath just wants a big sloppy kiss, Nick. That's disgusting. That is horrifying. Ray Wilson and Zephael, thank you for the donations. All right, so here we go. So we read her part, right? Fairly sure that this is a lie. I don't lie about any of this stuff. I have no reason to lie. I have no reason to lie. And if ever confronted about it in a legal capacity, you have to be able to tell the truth. The truth is simple. The GoFundMe was set up to go specifically to an IOLTA trust account. That IOLTA trust account is held by Beard and Harris. I will actually, let's just do this. And I will talk a little bit about the history of this GoFundMe from the system side. So, when this GoFundMe was created, it read something different here. It read, Nick Rekieta is organizing this fundraiser on behalf of Vic Mignogna. Okay? That's still true. That's who the fundraiser is for. That's who for the benefit of. That is the beneficiary of the funds that are held in trust. That hasn't changed. However, GoFundMe has a system that doesn't allow things to be worded in that way. And I don't control this wording. GoFundMe's system controls this wording. All right? So, once Ty provided the bank account information and whatever else GoFundMe asks for, and believe it or not, when you do a beneficiary GoFundMe, when you do that, GoFundMe as a company actually looks into it, and they make sure you're not trying to take the money that in a misrepresentative way. It's almost like they don't want to be implicated in a fraud scheme. And it's almost like they do this thousands of times a day so that they might have some experience in how to properly manage this on their end. They do a level of diligence to make sure the money is going where it's supposed to go. Because once they set up that bank account transfer between GoFundMe and the recipient, once that happens, the money goes. And it goes frequently. They don't sit and hold it. And they can't grab it back. It doesn't, you can't just go, oh, wait, we sent that by mistake, we're going to get it back, because it might be spent. It might leave the account. Now, in this case, I don't know. I don't have access to that IOLTA account. I don't want access to the IOLTA account, and I don't work for Ty Beard, so I probably definitely shouldn't have anything to do with his firm's finances at all, obviously. If that much isn't clear, I don't know what could be more clear. But that being said, once Ty provided all of the information for GoFundMe, and believe it or not, GoFundMe asked me for it, I roped in the proper party, and then hands off. They changed the wording on here. And I believe that when that happened, I made a specific update about it. None of this is new. None of this is new information. This is all very old information. But some people have Alzheimer's or whatever. So anyway, once this happens, I can't get the money. I can't do it. For me to get the money, it would say Nick Rekieta is organizing this fundraiser on behalf of Nick Rekieta, because then it would be going to me. If I set up some other entity to receive the money, the Beard Harris would change to the other entity. So now, here's what you've got. You've got a GoFundMe system, a website that has a system of labeling this stuff, and has all of this documented in their help and support sections, by the way. And if you had any questions about it, you could just email their help, and they would explain to you how their system works. But you have a system that works in a particular way. You have me saying what happened. All of it can be verified. I have a consistent story from the moment that it happened all the way through. In fact, let's just find the update here. February 25th, 2019. This thing was organized on February 19th, I believe. You may have noticed a change to the beneficiary on the page, and I want to update everybody on what this is and what it means. We have linked up the GoFundMe account to the law firm's IOLTA account. An IOLTA is a trust required by Texas law and laws of several other states. And the acronym stands for Internet on Lawyers Trust Accounts. These accounts are designed to hold money temporarily on behalf of clients and are accounted for separately from the firm's funds. Any interest earned by these accounts actually gets forwarded to the state to fund legal aid programs. The beneficiary shift indicates the senior partner of the law firm, Ty Beard, who is the named party on the IOLTA trust account. The firm is Beard Harris Bullock Hughes. With this transition, the money will be moved into the IOLTA account, and billing will be done against this amount. Again, any remainder will be donated to the Salvation Army shelter, stated in a previous update. Please understand that the GoFundMe will remain open and you can continue your support. We still do not know the full scope of the process, which largely depends on the actions of the opposing parties. Thank you all for your continued support of Vic, and I look forward to updating you as more information becomes public. When it happened, I had to make an announcement about it because I thought, man, it'll be weird if this says on behalf of someone other than Vic. So again, you have me saying what happened. You have me explaining why the thing happened on GoFundMe. You have GoFundMe's system. You have Vic verifying the GoFundMe both at his deposition and in tweets on February 19th or February 20th of 2019. Sorry. You have all of this verified. If I were taking the money from the GoFundMe, it wouldn't do any of this. It couldn't look like this. So that leads us to the next possibility, that apparently I'm getting paid by Vic or Ty. Well, unfortunately, since I've never received a check from either Vic or Ty for my alleged services, I don't have any paper records to show that I'm not getting paid. I can't provide evidence of something that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. I've never taken a dime from Vic or Ty. I wouldn't do that. It would probably have been an ethical violation for me to try and solicit that. I don't have an agency fee. I don't have a management fee. I not even in control or representing any of these people. I'm just a guy who talked about it and set up a GoFundMe. That's it. So, that being said, let's get practical and intimate. Let's get practical and intimate. I have made a colossally unreasonable amount of money off of talking about Vic. Didn't expect it. Didn't know it was going to happen. A lot of that has to do with how absolutely insane some of the people in the case acted. And this is all publicly accessible. You can go onto Playboard. You can go to every Vic stream. You can find out how much came in. Please note, when you do that, Playboard does not account YouTube's 30% cut. They don't. All the Playboard stats are pre-cut, so take 30% off of any amount you see on Playboard. But it's there. It's all there. All of it. Every super chat, every amount or whatever, they're all on there. So, why, oh why, would I take money from a GoFundMe when I don't have to? Why would I do that? That's a silly thing to do. Why would I represent that I'm not taking money and then take money, which could be a crime because I would be representing that I'm not taking money to induce people to give money? That would be, again, a colossally stupid thing to do when there are, even ignoring law Twitter, there are several people who are lawyers opposed to Vic Mignogna in this case, who have tried to get information about this GoFundMe. They've tried to go after it in various ways. The problem is that they're dumb. That's one of the big problems that they have, is that they're absolutely stupid. But the other problem that they have is that the GoFundMe and the funding sources are really not relevant in court. But that being said, were I to misrepresent any of this stuff, were these people to try and dig and find out how I definitely got money from the GoFundMe, Because remember, if Vic cut a check to me, for example, and they eventually do discovery on Vic's finances, and they see, oh, he made a payment to Nick Rekieta, then I could go to prison. That's a terrible choice. If I pissed off Vic or Ty, and they decided to say, oh, yeah, well, we had an agreement with him to make a whole bunch of money and to give him X percentage of the GoFundMe, and he lied and said we didn't. And if I did that, and then they found proof of it, I could go to prison for a very long time. The amount of money we're talking about, we're in multi-year felony levels of prison for lying about this type of money. It would be the dumbest thing that I could do to lie about this. The most effective way to set up this GoFundMe, and by the way, if anybody wants to pay me, I will consult on exactly how to do this. Although I've already made it all public, it's pretty easy. But I'm happy to take a consulting fee to show you how to do this type of GoFundMe. Happy to do it. It's set up so that not only do I not see it, I can't access it, I can't get the money. It's set up to go into a lawyer's account, which would be extremely hard to go after. It is like, I should get a fucking medal for how smart I was, and I did this all for free. I did this all just because I thought it was the right thing to do. If I wanted to charge to figure out how to do this, like if I wanted to charge someone consulting fees, I could probably make several $1,000s consulting on how to do this. And I literally created it. No one has a guide on this. I mean, I guess there may be one somewhere. I just created it out of my head, came up with what ended up being it's one of the funniest parts of this case, in my opinion. It has made so many people so mad. So mad. And they can't touch it. They can't touch it. They can't do anything to it. So upset that they tried to subpoena me to do it, to get to that information, because they think I'm going to somehow like, we'll get him under oath and then he'll tell the truth. It's like, bitch, I've been telling the truth the whole time. What would I lie about in this? How would that benefit me in any way? Like what? Let's say I hypothetically had a 10% fee. So if this thing gets to, and if anybody remembers, the initial goal was $50,000. Then we hit 100,000. Then I raised it to 200,000. Then we raised it to 300,000 after hitting the 200,000. But let's say I had a 10% fee. So I put 50,000 out. My expectation's 50 grand. Whew. $5,000. Okay. I've made way more than $5,000 just talking about the Vic case. It would be a terrible plan for me to extract $5,000 and risk going to prison. Let's say I knew somehow that we're going to get close to $300,000, $30,000. I made way more than $30,000 talking about the Vic case. It would be a very stupid plan to try to extract $30,000 in exchange for potential prison time. None of this would make any sense at all. And remember, the narrative about me, we're not going to get into the truth of any of these matters other than keep guessing. But the narrative about me that they can't figure out, I either am a failing YouTuber who can't feed his family, or I'm a trust fund baby who has all of his bills and everything ever paid by someone else and have never struggled for money ever. Or I guess the other narrative is I'm King Grifter and I swindle tons of money. That one's the most correct. But this idea, again, so I've said for a long time, I would never risk I wouldn't risk my freedom for $300,000. I wouldn't risk it for $1 million. I have a wife. I have kids. There is not really an amount of money where I go, you know what? The federal prison is worth it for me. There isn't one. There isn't an amount of money. And so the idea that I would take some percentage of this, when you go with the narrative that they have, that I'm a trust fund baby who doesn't have to pay for anything at all ever, makes even less sense. But internal consistency doesn't work with these people. The easiest solution is often the simplest. Wait, no. The simplest solution is often correct. Taking money from the GoFundMe would never have benefited me under any circumstance, so I didn't do it. And I just told the truth about that the entire time. I'll maintain that truth forever because it's true. There's nothing else to say on the subject. It's just true. It was true then. It's true now. It'll be true in a year, 2 years, 3 years, whenever this thing's resolved. Never take a dime. Why would I? It doesn't make any sense. And if anybody doesn't understand that, well, they don't understand YouTube and how it works. And that I know a lot of people don't. And that's fine. Most of them shouldn't. Most of them shouldn't bother understanding YouTube and how it works because they don't need to. Okay, so we are at $289,555 on the Vic Kicks Back GoFundMe. If you want, I brought it up because we're talking about it. We're talking about these things. And so I wanted to make sure and put it on stream. It's an old policy I have when I talk about the GoFundMe and Ty isn't on. I talk about the GoFundMe, or I bring up the GoFundMe. That's what we're doing here. If anybody wants to donate, I have not been plugging the GoFundMe because I would really like to see a positive appeals court decision before I ask people to contribute to this thing again. I don't want to, if a bunch of people donate a bunch of money and then the appeals court decision comes back in the negative, I mean, that's still going to benefit Vic in some way, but I also feel like there are other ways to benefit Vic than going into this GoFundMe. So I think there are better ways to support him if it comes back against him on appeal. I think there are much better ways to support him than this GoFundMe. So that's why I'm not pushing it. That's why I'm not doing anything about it. And that's why it's been that way literally since sometime last year when they took this case up. So Clayton Bigsby says, you're lucky your wife isn't fat. No way you could call women fat if your wife is fat. Hell no. And no, my wife is not fat. Okay, so there's that. We'll check on it later. And people are telling me to talk about Ken Jennings' GoFundMe. I don't like doing multiple GoFundMes in the same stream, but I'm going to talk about Ken Jennings' GoFundMe several times this coming week. So, Fat Matt is live, by the way. DM'd you the link if you want to address it. No, I don't have any interest in what she has to say. If she wants to try to ride the wake of what I'm doing, she can continue to be embarrassing in her own life. Yeah, Shadows King 101. If you want to share Ken's GoFundMe in the chats or whatever, please do. And I fully encourage people to go and support Ken on his GoFundMe. 100%. Encourage that. Like I said, it's just weird doing like multiple GoFundMes and all of that stuff on one stream. I don't like doing it. So instead, we'll just have some next week that talk about it, especially when we talk about the Sophie case. So yeah, but Shadows King, if you want to share that link in the comments or the chat section, I fully support it, And Ken's a great guy. He has been very much hurt by this, and I know people are super willing to help out, and that means the world to me. But I think more importantly, it means the world to Ken. Ken, maybe let's talk offline about that. All right, here we go. So now I'm going to do something that is probably against the Geneva Convention. And I'm going to show you a bunch of tweets from Catherine Tewson. I apologize, by the way, for this. I really do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, but we've got to address it. It's the drama. The drama is the nectar that everybody wants. And by the way, how do I do this? How do I do this? Been watching Supernatural. Let's see. I don't like to call people fat without, without knowing that it'll hurt their feelings. How do I say it other than that? I don't like to call people fat unless I know for a fact that it will hurt their feelings, because that's if you're going to insult someone, it should be an insult that's going to get in there and Here you go. The defense rests. The defense rests. That is large. Okay? Look. And this is a thing I need to address as well. There are plenty of wonderful, large people in this world whom I would never, ever insult. Never. For a couple reasons. One, they're not deserving of any sort of insult. Two, the insult won't affect them in a particular way. Like Fireman Steve. Fireman Steve on Twitch, that's a big guy. It's a big fella, right? Large. He embraces it. He embraces his largeness. I think he was trying to lose weight and stuff. He acknowledges what he is. Like, you can't be like, haha, fatso to that guy, because he's like, yeah, I know. I'm working on it. I'm doing my thing. So an insult, and this is the art. This is the art of cutting straight to the heart of someone. If you're going to insult someone, you've got two options. You've got the bro insult, like you're such a piece of shit or whatever. Like, that's a friendly thing. Or you've got the real insult, where you're going to try and jab those words right down into their cold, dead heart and kill it again. And their heart is already dead because they know how much of an awful thing they are. But you really want to get in there. And it takes a level of skill to figure out exactly where that is. And Catherine Tewson, for her, it is right there. It is right. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you exactly where it is. It's right there. Right in that 28th elbow that she has. She tries to own it. And every time I mention it, every time, they show up. They show up And I did it here too. I did it here too. It doesn't matter what you say. And God, it gets under their skin. I don't know why. It's like, what? What, do you think she's not fat? This is foreign to me. She's clearly a large lady. But they show their ass every time. All right? This is why you do it. Again, you have two options for insults. There's the friendly banter, and then there's the real, like, you really, like, you hope that person feels it, and you know they do. And I told you, I was polite to Catherine at first. I really was. You can go back, or wait, you can't. You can't? Oh, it's a shame, right? You can't, because they did targeted harassment on my Twitter account and got it banned for bogus reasons. But that being said, if you had a Wayback Machine, it may be in the Kiwi Farms. I was actually nice to her at the start. Realized very quickly just what kind of nasty monster she actually is. And by nasty, she's absolutely nasty to other people. Okay. Here we go. So, me quoting her, he lied because when I accused him of theft, he got annoyed about it. Again, yes, absolutely. It's kind of frustrating when your professional license requires a duty of honesty to have people publicly lying about what you are doing and accusing you of federal crimes. I've been accused of theft. I've been accused of wire fraud. I've been accused of regular fraud. I've been accused, I've been accused of child abuse, spouse abuse. You can just go down the list of criminal acts that these people, including Catherine Tucson, have accused me of. It's lengthy. It's lengthy. So yeah, when people suggest I'm lying, they impugn my credibility. They go after my professional license. And then, of course, what their goal is to try ultimately. And this is what really pisses me off the most. Because look, I get in the mix of things, right? Like, I mix it up with people online. I'm out there exposing myself, not like some of them do at playgrounds, but I'm out there. I'm inviting controversy, right? So people are going to say stuff about me and I'm going to react to it. You know why? Because let's be honest, it gave me an excuse to do a Sunday stream by reacting to this one thing. They still haven't figured out how YouTube works, but I get to react to it. I get to have a fun time doing a show. I get to make a little dosh on the side. Perfect. This is great. All around, best thing for me that I can do is to engage in controversy. So, that being said, what their real goal, though, is to hurt Vic in the public sphere by going after me. They want to hurt other people by going after me. They want to go after me because if they can do that, if they can somehow harm me, they can harm Vic. And the other thing they want to do, again, these are nasty people. They want to make people who listen to me feel bad. That's been over a year. Not because they want to recruit them to their side. The sides on Twitter don't matter. The sides on Twitter don't matter. They know that. They don't want to recruit people to their side in the cause. They want to recruit people to their side to berate them into being on Vic's side in the first place. And most importantly, they know that that will affect Vic personally because the man has too much empathy, as demonstrated in my interview where he was crying and stuff like that. And I'm like, you got to stop. You got to stop crying. But that is what they want to do. They want to hurt other people by going after me. At the end of the day, they can't do too much to me because I'm clear with God and the law, right? Like in Oh Brother, where art thou? When they got baptized, my sins is washed away, except without the sins leading up to it. I have plenty of sins in my life. You know, I'm a dude, all right? I'm probably sinning right now. But none of this is one of them. None of this involves that. They want me to be the catalyst for causing other people pain. I don't want to cause anybody pain. Never did. Never did I want that. But all of these people, without exception, Ron, Monica, Jamie Markey, Dominique Skye, Shane Holmberg, Emmett Plant, Catherine Tewson, Akiva Cohen, Greg Doucette, Mike Dumford, all of them, I wasn't mean to until they came after me. None of them will ever acknowledge, admit, or even remember that because they don't remember it that way. Hey, what up, Ethan? Ethan Van Skyver's in the chat. None of them will ever admit to that. And because they lack the introspective capacity to go back and go, oh, he was just advocating for Vic until we called him a liar. We called him a grifter. We called him a thief. We said this. We said that. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. You did, didn't you? Didn't you? So, that being said, I still haven't and won't and literally can't take a dime of GoFundMe money. It was true then. It's true now. Kind of like you being fat. By the way, Ethan, you beautiful, beautiful bastard. Before I forget, while I'm thinking about it, I have a very, very serious proposition for you, and I think you're going to like it. And no, it's not a marriage proposal. I know you're a happily married man. It is a business proposal, and I think we're going to rock the internet with it. Spoiler alert. I think we will blow up the internet with it, and so I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. And no, it's not me making a comic. That wouldn't blow up the internet. This is going to make some people really, really mad. And a whole lot of people, a whole lot more people, really, really happy. And I think we can pull it off in the best way. So, okay. Back to this. So I still haven't and won't and literally can't take a dime of GoFundMe money. It was true then. It's true now. Kind of like you being fat. You got to do that. You got to do that. You got to drop the fat joke because it makes them mad. So now, they use light mode. Yep. Look at this. Nobody accused you of theft. Literally in the chat. She accuses me of theft. It's right there. It's right fucking there. Well, I don't know for certain. I'm fairly sure the highlighted part here is a lie. That would be theft by swindle. It would be theft by fraud or misrepresentation, depending on the state or federal statute that you're going with. It's literally accusing me of theft. Let's see. Here we go. So who paid for Ty's motion to quash your subpoena, Sparky? Don't know. Ask Ty. Ask Ty. The cool thing is, nobody asked me. I didn't ask for it. No one asked me at all. Ask Ty. And here, that's what we're going to get to. I know you don't know the basic tort element of battery or assault either. Okay. This guy, by the way, he hates me. He had one funny joke today, so I liked it, but this guy hates me, even though he's clearly, like, look, he's clearly not funny. Not enough followers. Let's see. Let's get to the... I gotta find her thread on it. Hold on, Nick. How fat are we talking? Yes. Whoa. Let's see. Where are we? Here's the thread we get to go through. Let me do this. The pro NATO. Oh wait, no, that was another tweet, another one from Samantha Flynn. Eric D says, Rekieta Law, when you were stealing money from Vic, was it more or less than 50K? Wizard's first rule sent a cool like controller with sunglasses dropping. That's nice. Thanks for the sticker, buddy. Ryan Wilson says, how do you think we should help people like Sophie? Should we ask other well-known YouTubers to do updates on the situation? Yes. Yes. But when you do, caution the other YouTubers. This is the most important part. There is a PR firm involved on Kelly Long's side. There's a PR firm involved. So you've got to, because look, if a YouTuber's like, oh, I'm going to talk about the Sophie situation, they don't know about it. They're just going to go, they're going to find the quick info. They're going to find the missing persons report and all that stuff. And they're going to go, oh man, this looks really bad. Mom must be good. No, you've got to let them know that there's a PR firm involved. But yeah, just spreading the word and legitimately, look, I'm a Christian. You know about that. I literally believe in the power of prayer. I'm unashamed to say that. I literally believe in it. You don't have to. I have seen prayer, and maybe it's just vibes. Maybe it's just, I don't know what causes it. I don't know if it's just like it's because your mind is on it and so you work on it. I don't know what it is. I've literally seen the power of prayer positively affect people in my life. I believe in it. I don't know if it's supernatural. I don't know if it has natural explanations. I don't care what you call it. All right. But people thinking positively, praying positively about Sophie it's a real thing, and it matters. And her brothers. Don't forget her brothers. Please don't. Please don't. There is power in community will. It's not. Why do you think they have a PR firm? By the way, anybody who ever thought that prayer doesn't work, PR firms literally revolve on the idea that prayer works. Social will, societal will, that's prayer made manifest with a different name. And it works. So, again, whether you're praying or not praying, people, just hope that little girl is safe and her little brothers are safe. That's it. However you look at it, I don't care if you look at it from a Christian lens, a Buddhist lens, some weird stripe of Hindu lens, ask Angry Baneling, like don't eat cows or whatever. I don't care what lens you look at it. An atheist lens where you're just like, I'm going to think about this. That's it. Just think positively and hope for the best. Ryan, oh wait, that I just read that one. But yes, other YouTubers updating on the situation. And again, more people that are not controlled by the narrative spun out by a PR firm. That's the better. The more, the better. Jackson, clearly, this is a funny thing. By the way, one more thing. I'm trying not to talk about, I'm trying to do specific segments. Trying not to talk about Sophie Long here, but her mother's lawyer, the whole thing about Sophie Long, her mother has represented that she doesn't want publicity around the case because publicity damages a case, right? That was their argument. While they were saying that, they literally hired a PR firm. It cannot be stated enough. While they were saying that publicity about the case is a danger to the children, they were actually hiring a public relations firm to control the public narrative about it. They want it public. So give them what they ask for. Because everything should be in the light. All of it. Light exposes truth. Put it out there. Don't let one narrative win. Let the real narrative win. All right. Let's see. Jackson Kai says, it's okay, Nick. You can have this whole $20 after Susan's cut to help cover your drink. Love you, buddy. Look, I hate to point this out because I'm a lawyer, but you've done the math mildly wrong. So he sent $26, but 30% of $20 would be $6. So that would leave me with $14, right? But 30% of $26 is not $20. It's slightly less. Let's see. Here we go. Or I guess 70%. So we've got $20 times, or no, wait, 26. 26 times 0.7. It's actually $18.2. You gotta, here's what you gotta do. This is a handy trick for all of you out there. What's the math formula? You have to take the loss. So a 30% loss requires something like a 35 or 40% increase. I'm not sure. A 20% loss requires a 25% increase on the loss number. I don't remember the conversion rate for 30. I one time figured all these out because I was bored in my head. But yeah. So sorry. Someone said it's 27.50. Look, it's not me. It's the rules of math. You owe me $1.50. You owe me, but you owe me more than $1.50 now. Because if you just send $1.50, it's not going to work. I'm kidding. Jackson Kai, thank you for the sticker, the pear with coffee. Wolfgang Deo says, I definitely got money from the GoFundMe. Clipped. Fuck, no. Valkyrie Art says, Nick, it's clear they can't get over the GoFundMe because no one would ever go to these links to help them. Let the salt continue. Yeah, they have to. The GoFundMe is the narrative destroyer for these people. Remember, everybody hated Vic. Everybody wanted him dead. All of that stuff. He was just a nasty abuser who needed to go away. That was the narrative. The GoFundMe, reminder, look at this thing. This is almost 300,000 reasons why people don't believe it. It's 6,100 donors. It's 11,000 shares. 11,000 people go, wait a minute. Not everybody. And that's just people who took the time to click a button. The real number is much, much bigger. It's much, much bigger. It is the number one narrative destroyer. Okay. Mario Carter says, Sophie's case reminded me that there's another little girl in need. Her mother is a stripper, her father is a crackhead, and her grandfather is president of the United States. Oh, you better stop. You better stop that. Crusader Saracen says, stay on target. Allah be with you. Cell55 says, even if you weren't reading evidentiary documents on screen, I'd still believe you because honest people don't make BS strikes. I can't believe how dumb these fat mads are. Some people really are incapable of thought. Kool-Aid Man says, oh yeah, Nick, I was going to tell you, I can solve your Karen problem by stretching out these eggless, dried up, well-battered whores. But thinking about it, the thought of their saggy flesh upon my pitcher plus the smell of cat dander and despair disgusts me. That's disgusting. I do not endorse that chat, but I love it. Malik Foxon says, Kaylee in here talking about receipts and misinformation. I've asked her 5 times in the chat to elaborate, and she's conveniently ignored me, but is spending her entire time deflecting fat jokes when there's literally no point in doing so. Credibility doubted. Look, I don't know anything about Kaylee and the T. Nothing about her. Don't care. Like the only reason that I even know she exists is because she came to my stream. Okay, you're welcome here. Hang out. Sling jokes. Enjoy the show. Have fun. Have fun with your life instead of being such a miserable. Catch you next Tuesday. But the reality is, you have the receipts. You just don't want to look at them. Uh, 333. I see people doing all this math in the damn chat. 333 says, if you want us to take your attempts to help grow your channel seriously, then stop and write down these 2 names. First, Salty Cracker. Second, Sticks, Hex, and Hammer. 2 channels whose audiences you'd go well to try and get over here by getting these guys on your stream. I talked to Sticks a long time ago about doing a show. He didn't seem very interested. And look, I don't like bothering people, and I don't beg. I really don't. I would love to talk to either of them. I think they're both smart, insightful guys. Never talked to Salty Cracker, but I would in a heartbeat. And when I talked, and maybe it was a shit subject. I don't know. I don't even remember what the conversation was about. But I've talked to Sticks before. He didn't seem interested. Maybe I'll reach out again. Happy to do so. I do have a potential collab that might be interesting coming up. Look, I'm constantly, guys, this is it's my job and my profession, and I work on it pretty much every waking hour of my life, much to my wife's chagrin. That's the only thing. It's the only thing I use my phone for anymore, right? You know, the whole like, oh, can you put your phone away for a minute? It's like, I'm working. I really am. So I don't know, but we'll see. Mario Carter 13 says, how long until the court orders a windowless van to rescue the children from their kidnapping? They kind of did, but not with any teeth, because if they did, let me just suggest, all of the people involved. Salty doesn't do other streams. Cool. That's fine. All of the people involved. I think, I don't know, I obviously cannot prove this. This is my opinion. Kelly, her lawyers, her PR firm, Michael, obviously, and the judge all know exactly where Sophie is right now. They know with a high degree of confidence where Sophie is right now. They just have a questionable order. Can't quite justify enforcing. Look, if they had a good order on this, let's be real. If they had a good order on this, Michael would already be dead. I hate putting it that way. But if the cops show up to retrieve Sophie with an existing court order, and Michael refuses that order when the cops are there, resists that, he ends up either in prison or in the ground. That's not... We've seen it a million times. At this point, you know a bullet goes in that man if he resists hard enough. So you're going to tell me that in all of Texas they can't find just can't find her. Come on. Pepe says Kaylee can add 22 stones to the stream. Woo! Crusader Saracen says, I'm disappointed that Nick just definitively put the nail in the possibility that he'll be the protagonist of a rise and fall crime story like Scarface, Casino, American Gangster, Carlito's Way. One of my favorite film genres. Just kidding. Love you, Nick. Godspeed. Yeah, look, I don't. There's a couple reasons. I'm not predisposed to crime. I don't look, if I lost every penny but still had my family, I'd consider that a win. And also, I have a tender sphincter. I don't want to go to prison. I wouldn't do well there. All right, we got a couple more chats, and then we're back to this thing. Valkyrie Art says, oh, wait, no. The Nickor man says, let the salt flow. Oh, it's endless. Samantha Flynn says, they're just mad that Vic is the age he is, still beautiful, and they are looking ran through. They're big mad, and they're mad big. True. Pronato says, no, Nick, you're paying your grifting money with which you can do whatever into a limited purpose fundraiser, all those anon donations, because that's how money laundering works, right? Yes. The best part of it is I'm doing all of the anonymous donations. Oh, yeah, I left out the myriad money laundering accusations. I left out. So not only am I super chatting myself to launder money, I'm then funneling that money that I've laundered already into the GoFundMe to launder it twice, because it's good to lose money twice. And then I'm apparently taking the GoFundMe money, and all of this would be reported to the IRS, which means that they're taxing me on all of the income like several times. This is great. Alex Scott Thompson says, where can I buy your latest art? I don't have any, but I'm thinking of doing something around that. In all honesty. But look, the grift must flow. The grift must flow. I should have done a Ridge ad at the top of the stream, but we'll do one tomorrow. Okay, John Doe says, shut up and take my money. Look, I'll take your money all day. I'll never ask you for it, but I will take it gladly. Darren Lopez says, please, Nikki, look up Catherine's picture tweet about her dog licking her face. Read the caption. Where the fuck am I supposed to find that? Bad Vibe says, Nick, check Twitter DMs for lulz. Is this it? Is that... I think that's you. No, I don't know what that says. I don't want to put it on stream. I'll have to look at it later. All right. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Lost my spot. Here we go. Ryan H says in Kermit voice, Ryan, you're high. Take out the trash. You got to remember to take out the garbage, son, no matter how much of the weed you smoked. Alex Scott Thompson says, Viva is running for Canadian office. Viva PPC on YouTube. Yes, guys, everybody check that out. It'll either be great because Viva will get elected, and he seems... Look, at the end of the day, the one thing I can definitely say about Viva Fry is he seems like the most decent man on the planet. Seems like the most decent man on the planet. So, you know, I wish him the best. I hope it will. He'll either do really well or it'll be a trash fire. And the best thing, you know what will, if Viva Fry's run for the Parliament tanks, you know it'll be because he came on this show. So, poor guy. All right. We've got Rhea Banerjee sent a lemon trumpet. That's great. Ellie In says, I remember when Lemon came on the scene, you were professional, cordial, and even defended him. Then his sliminess came out and you were relentlessly mean. Look, I'm like a dwarf, except taller, from Warhammer. I have a book of grudges. I will be if you're not going to be civil to me, I will meet you where you are and then beat you at it every single time. I am meaner than you. And it takes every ounce of everything in me to not be mean. I am meaner than you. And I've been practicing my entire life. I've got a lot of practice being a colossal asshole to people. And it's only recently in my venerable age that I have worked on being cordial rather than just straight out fire mean all the time. I work really damn hard at being nice. It goes against me. I am cynical, I am snarky, I'm quick-witted, and I'm a piece of shit. And I'm happy. It's like an introvert versus an extrovert, right? Like the introvert is the nice person and the extrovert is the mean person in this scenario. So an introvert can be mean, but it takes effort to be mean. An extrovert can be nice, but it takes effort to be nice. Their natural state is mean. That's me. Naturally a prick. And I will out-asshole you 10 times out of 10, because I will find out what makes you actually hurt on the inside, and I will deliver it in giant serving dishes because you're such a fat loser. I will give it to you all day. I'll pour that insult gravy down your fat gullet all day long. And I will be energized by it. It won't take effort from me. It takes me effort to be polite to you. So if you don't want the invitation, if you don't want me to work on being quote unquote better or whatever, I will gladly not, because it's easier for me. Zero BP, just this tonight. Not going to do Twitch tonight. I may try to do Twitch during the daytime tomorrow. I really want to get daytime Twitch streams going. I have to work it into the schedule. Summer's kind of weird in general. Pastor Flash says, how much does a bottle of Jack Daniels cost? About $26. Wolfgang Teo says, who cares about the math? It's not even a family meal at McDonald's. Now, if you had 1,000 people do that, then it's worth sussing out. Just get another $20. Ace Brain 2003 says, want to know something to be clear, I wasn't sussing out the percentages because of YouTube. I went through a long time ago and I was like, 20% off doesn't mean an increase of 20% because that's less. That was long before I did YouTube. Ace Brain 2003 says, want to know something messed up, Nick? The Stream Sniper stream is showing up on my YouTube homepage, but your stream isn't, lol. Yeah. Look, I don't know why. This pains me to say, I don't think it's nefarious. I think I have somehow made the YouTube algorithm mad. Not like, oh, he says the wrong thing. I don't think it's that. I think I've done something to confuse the algorithm that makes it not show my notifications, my streams, or anything like that. And I'm working on figuring that out. I really am. Because I know so many people have no idea when I go live or when I drop videos. I can see it. So working on figuring it out. But I'm trying to make all the work on my end. Jackson Kai says, here's the rest of your $20. He sent $2.58. Nailed it. With 0.6 of a penny. Thank you, Jackson Kai. You math snob. You mad lad. Philibooty says 20 divided by 70, then times 100 equals amount to Nick you 20. Ascended not. I'm never reading another super chat unless it's $28. $28 and 58 cents. That's where I'm doing the cutoff. I'm just kidding. Ascended Not So Handsome Jack says, you thought of bringing the officer Brandon Tatum on? An ex-Arizona officer and man of God. You'd have to tone down on the language, Nikki. Look, I'm an adaptable motherfucker. I can do whatever you want. Jackson Kai says, in Trump voice, the biggest woman I've ever seen. She's so big, I can't see Rosie O'Donnell behind her. Maybe she ate Rosie. I don't know. What's her diet like? Can diet even apply to someone like that? I don't know. Between her and Arms Girl, could have built a wall for free. Lots of raw materials, endless raw materials, but little flammable, lots of fat, a lot of oil content. Fat's not very PC. You don't want to call people fat these days. Very offensive. Ash B says, hey, Nick, I got a pic with you at Matsuri. After meeting with Vic, I was nervous but meant to ask you, what do you think will happen with the Trump Facebook suit? I think it'll be dismissed. I hope they win. I really do, but I think it's the wrong avenue. I think they're asking the wrong questions, but that's not a bad thing. A high-profile case, bringing attention to a matter, and then foreclosing an avenue of attack on big tech isn't a bad thing. Literally, like, guys, there are no avenues to attack big tech. You have to come up with your best theory and put it down. That's what it is. So when I say I think the Trump suit's going to be dismissed against Facebook, it's not because I want him to lose. It's not because, lol, it's bad. It's nothing like that. I think they're asking the wrong questions. I hope I'm wrong on that. Scarlet Lunacy says, Nick, my aunt is asking me where you did your nose. She's jealous that she can't get a great plastic surgeon. My plastic surgeon was God. Viden the Cold One says, hey, my friend died from the other day from COVID. Can you pray for his family? Absolutely. 100%. Automata says, hard to comprehend Viva's wholesomeness levels. It's kind of gross, isn't it? Eric D says, Nick Adolfo Ricada put that phone away at the dinner table. I'm working. The entire dinner, Nick kept tweeting fat mads. Why would you tweet these people? Nasty people, awful people. Just block them. I can't, of course, because I'm president. Kind of important, kind of a big deal. Eldon Bainling says, if I liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'd be extra mean too. Can you imagine liking Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and thinking, yeah, I don't have anger issues? CJ says, it's the shorts. Too many notifications. I just started the shorts, and this happened way before that. Way before that. Also, I don't think shorts actually impact your daily notifications. Ryan Wilson, I already answered this question about helping Sophie. Should we ask other YouTubers to comment on the situation? Yes, you should. It should go everywhere, but it should also come with the disclaimer for people who may not look hard enough that her mom has hired a PR firm. So they got to look past the PR firm. They got to lens it properly. But more info is better. All right, back to this. Who paid for Ty's motion to quash her subpoena? So this is the new thing. And this is one of two options. There are two options here. Either Catherine Tucson has no idea how legal representation works. And that may be true. I'm not willing to go that. Look, I think she's fat. I don't think she's stupid. Two. She's gaslighting. She's gaslighting. And that, I think, is the reality here. What Catherine wants to do is Catherine wants me to admit something about this motion to quash her subpoena. So to rewind what happened in reality, because this is important. Lemoyne allegedly, although I have never been properly served this subpoena, Lemoyne allegedly sent a subpoena to me, and that subpoena was for me to talk about something. They wanted to do a deposition, an actual deposition, either in person or over the phone or over a stream or something like that. That's what they wanted. And then Ty made a motion to quash the subpoena. Now, in Texas, there's a rule. If you make a motion to quash a subpoena within 3 days of the subpoena being filed, it's automatically quashed, and then they have to fight to get it unquashed. Ty moved to quash. Now, to be clear, it wasn't actually a subpoena. We may need to go back. It was a motion for permission to subpoena me. That's the more correct answer. It wasn't actually a subpoena. They were asking the court if the court would grant them authorization to issue a subpoena. But they did attempt to serve it on me. The problem is I didn't live where they allegedly sent the documents. I don't know if they ever sent them. I have no idea. They allegedly sent documents to an address, and this, let's be real, this was the point. They wanted to dox my address in a public filing because Jay Sean Lemoyne is a pile of garbage and he knows it. So is Monica. So is Ron. They know it. So they wanted to dox my address knowing that people were watching the filings. That was they never, I will say this as a fact, they never ever intended to subpoena me. They didn't. They had no plans to do it. The entire point of that subpoena request for permission was to put my address in public. That's it. Bootskin says, should have just let them. The content would have afforded you a sauna to go with your hot tub. But I couldn't. It wasn't up to me. We're going to get to that. So they asked permission. Ty went ahead and quashed it. Motion to quash within 3 days, it's automatically shut down. They didn't ask me. I didn't ask them. Ty filed the motion. I see the motion show up. Motion to quash. There you go. Done. Who paid for it? I don't know. I don't know who paid for it. I know who didn't ask for it. No one asked me about it. It just happened. But this is the thing. Catherine wants me to answer who paid for it. But I don't know if anybody paid for it. I have no idea. Maybe the GoFundMe. Maybe Ty did it out of the goodness of his heart. I wasn't Ty's client. Couldn't tell you. The other thing she wants me to do is talk about this. She wants me to break privilege on Ty and I's communications because I've said before that I've retained Ty in various matters. So she wants me to break privilege. I don't know what to tell you. But see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the disingenuous conversation. So here we go. What an interesting question. I wonder if Nick is able to formulate a response that isn't your fat. I have no interest in doing that, by the way. Where's my response? Wait. I know I responded to this with a fat joke. Where is it? Where's my response? Damn it. I know I made a fat joke about this fat fucking bitch. I know I did it. Oh! Maybe I did it in a different thread. It's actually, the interesting thing is it's not an interesting question at all. It's not an interesting question because who paid for Ty's motion to quash your subpoena? So the question, I guess the answer would be, let's go through the hypotheticals. If I paid for the motion to quash my subpoena, then I didn't get Vic GoFundMe money. If Vic paid for the motion to quash my subpoena, then Vic paid for it. I still didn't get GoFundMe money. I still didn't get a benefit from this. I'm not a party to the case, and I'm not Ty's client in this matter. Other matters, whatever. If Ty paid for it, I don't know. Did it come from the GoFundMe? Did Ty? I have no idea. I only know what I asked and didn't ask. Yeah, Cinema Queen, we'll get to it. But it's not actually an interesting question. He said, oh shit, you get paid for when people quash a motion, a subpoena for you. I need to get in on this, Griff. Normally people pay for legal services. Yeah. Curious as to who paid for this legal service. The stupid assumption here is that and again, I don't think Catherine is dumb. She's too fat to be dumb, right? This is going to come out wrong. Not all skinny women are dumb. Not all hot women are dumb. But hot women can afford to be dumb. Fat women can't. It's a reality. It's a reality. It's not just a reality. It's archetypal. It's stereotypical. You can look at it. They don't have dumb fat women in popular media. I don't think she's stupid. She's disingenuous. She's a gaslighter. She's a liar. She's all those things. I don't think she's dumb. Maybe it was NASA or La Cosa Nostra. There would have had to have been a representation agreement between Nick and Ty. Okay, cool. Actually, to be very clear, like, and again, this shows the lack of knowledge. I don't know. Maybe she is dumb. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe I'm giving her too much credit. There would not have to be a representation agreement between Nick and Ty. Like, let's say, hypothetically, I wanted to pay for a motion to dismiss. Or a motion to quash. I just say, here, Ty, here's $1,000, file a motion to quash. Like, I could, in theory, do that. We don't have to have any further representation agreement. I guess there would be an implied representation agreement on that one particular document. That I guess that could... It doesn't have to be a memorialized document on this. This shows how brazenly incorrect you are about representation, how it works. And then this guy actually nails it. He's made a lot more through the growth of his channel and off super chats than he would off consulting handling fee. Hell, insulting you probably got him more money than he would have gotten out of Vic. I think it's more likely the sudden growth of his channel and the gentlemanly way he says things made him saw a need to make an LLC in Texas in a more corporate-friendly state. Ty is an experienced corporate lawyer, family friend, and probably hoped to make opposing counsel wasting time / resources on subpoenaing Nick. Probably, are you saying that he retained Ty for that purpose? And then this is weird. That's weird. Oh, we realize that, friend. Don't you worry your pretty little head about us. Baby Snark, no one has ever worried about you in your entire life. No, Nick's insults are way too intelligible and well-written to be the product of Beard. Look, I have spent years refining the craft. Wait, what? This person doesn't like me. And they give me this look, you come into my house. You come into my thread. You pay me insult. You do me disrespect. You don't like what I do. But then you come and you give me this great gift. Wonderful gift. How can I repay you? What am I to do with this? This person hates me, and then they give me this big giant compliment here. It's an insult to Ty? What do I care? I don't care if they insult Ty. So here we go. What? I thought you were specifically talking about Nick retaining Ty to fight the deposing of Nick. I'm just saying I don't think he was hired for that. Well, someone paid Beard to write the motion to quash. Maybe. Or they didn't. Like, that's actually another possibility. Is that someone didn't pay him anything? I have no idea. You'd have to ask Ty. Not necessarily Ty could have done it pro bono. Not saying he did, but it's not unusual if he did. Still would have needed a representation agreement. No, this shows just how wrong Catherine Tewson is. Ty would only need to agree to represent me if Ty were representing me in this matter. He wouldn't have to. The motion to quash Vic's subpoena could have absolutely zero to do with me. They could just file a motion to quash any subpoena. Let's go through logically what happens. Let's say Lemoyne gets permission from the court. So Lemoyne asks the court, we want permission to subpoena Nikki Rackets up in Minnesota for a deposition. Court says, all right. I mean, wish an N-word would. Wish a motherfucker would do that. But, all right, they get permission. let's see a court try and enforce that subpoena, but okay. They get permission to do it. Then they do a deposition. Now, Ty has to fight or at least observe the deposition. So suddenly, let's say they want to depose me for 3 hours. Now Ty has to either fly up in person to do the deposition, or he has to join into an internet call for 3 hours, and then he has to bill his client for hours of time to do a deposition. Now, most likely, if someone is going to deposition a third party, your lawyer is not going to sit idly by and not ask questions of that third party. So you have to do deposition prep. Let's go with the hypothetical. You got 3 hours of depo. Then you got 3 hours minimum of depo prep. Then you're going to have to ask questions. So let's say Lemoyne wants 3 hours. Ty probably wants at least an hour of questions to ask of his own. If you're going to let the other side get something under oath on the record, you're going to get something under oath on the record as well. So then it's suddenly 4 hours minimum depo. 4 hours minimum depo prep. Probably more like 8, because now you have to formulate questions and you have to figure out what they're going to ask. Then you've got to actually show up. So suddenly a simple 3 hour deposition is now a 12 to 15 hour set of work that all gets billed to your client. Or you can write one motion to quash, which probably costs basically nothing. Basically nothing. I don't know. I don't know if they have a template for it. I have no idea how they draft their documents. But if they've got a template for a motion to quash, because Texas has a rule that if you motion to quash within 72 hours, it's presumptively quashed. So if you have a template for a motion to quash, plug it in, bam, 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 10 minutes, boom, done. What's that cost your firm? I don't know, $50. Okay. So for $50, you eliminate 15 hours of future frivolous work. And they have to represent me to do that? If you're representing a client and you say, what's in my client's best interest? 10 minutes of work or 15 hours of work? And lawyers do 10 minutes of work for free all the time. Again, I have no idea if anybody billed anybody for this or if anybody got paid on this. I have no idea. It's not me that's being represented in this matter. I have no idea what the representation agreement between Vic and Ty is. I have no idea what the billing between Vic and Ty is. That's up to Vic and Ty, not me. So that being said, no idea. Ask Ty. But there's no requirement for me to have a representation agreement with Ty to do this. None. Not at all. She's either dumb or gaslighting. Andrew, why are you hiding Cave Canaan? Was he spamming or something? I have no idea. Look at these spicy deleted messages. Oh, there was some doxing going on. Anyway. I have no idea. It doesn't matter. It was a mistake. Okay, perfect. Good. I'm glad it's resolved now. Anyway, this is the misunderstanding. We'll get to the gaslighting in just a minute. Still not seeing a problem. Either he did it on Nick's request or to make the defense stop trying to depose people that while the TCPA was in effect. Well, it definitely wasn't the latter, because as far as I know, he never filed a response to the motion to conduct discovery. And that's what he would have done if that was his main goal. No, not necessarily, actually. Not necessarily. They never had a hearing. If you do, again, law exists in two places. Law exists in theory and law exists in reality. Catherine Tewson doesn't understand law in reality. So she's and most of law Twitter doesn't either, because this is the dark secret of law Twitter that they can't ever admit. They can't admit it. You guys know me. My record's public. Everything I do is public. It's all been doxed, for lack of a better term. You know how long I've been practicing. You know what all my cases are. You know the outcomes of those cases. Other than settlements, you know, basic gist of what's going on. That's cool. And I will be open and honest with you up to the point of my ethical responsibilities to my clients. Absolutely. I have nothing to hide. I don't misrepresent my practice amounts or areas or fields or anything like that. I never have. I never have. Anybody ask me, when did you start practicing? I can't remember if it was 2015, 2016, but somewhere in there. I think 2016. I started practicing, that I got licensed. I literally don't remember anymore specifically what date it was. But I think I graduated law school at the end of 2015, got licensed 2016. I think that's what it is. And I'll tell you the places where I know things, and I'll tell you the places where I'm using my legal witchery, my fucking lexicon that I got in law school to look at something. 100%. Again, why would I have anything to hide or be ashamed about? Hiding things and being ashamed of them is a recipe in public for disaster. Nothing. So that being said, this is how you can tell that someone has never represented anybody in a matter. If there's a motion to conduct discovery and no hearing set on that motion, why would you respond to it? In Texas, you file a motion and then you file a notice of hearing for the motion. If you don't notice the hearing, you don't have to address the motion for discovery. And you can actually address the motion at the hearing if you want. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if this motion had a hearing at all, it was the overall TCPA motion. And I don't know that it did, because I don't know that Lemoyne ever put it up for hearing. But if it was on the same one. And they handled all of the matters at that hearing. And they lost on the idea of additional discovery. But, I mean, they clearly didn't see it as that valuable because they waited until the actual TCPA hearing to have it. They didn't need additional discovery at that time because they won on the motion. They won on the motion for the TCPA. They don't need the additional discovery motion. It becomes mooted at that point. So why would you spend thousands of dollars of your client's money unless you're an asshole who is doing frivolous legal work? But if your opponent files a motion in Texas and doesn't docket the hearing, why respond to the motion? By the way, there are tons of Texas lawsuits out there with motions that are 1, 2, 3 years old that'll never be heard because they never docketed the hearing. It's in the rules of civil procedure. But this is someone who doesn't practice, doesn't know what she's talking. I know it's hard to imagine her orbiting something because she's so goddamn fat that everything orbits her. But she's a law Twitter orbiter. She is a pretend talker. She has nothing to say on this issue. But look what she's trying to do. She's trying to get people to admit to something that she has concluded in her head what his answer should be so she can dunk. That is it. We're going to get to the other start here. Where are we? I thought you muted Catherine because you couldn't resist talking about her body. I mean, clearly you haven't gotten over that little obsession. She lives rent-free in his head, apparently. Look, it's gravity. No one can avoid it. I don't know, Catherine's pretty smart. That's not particularly desirable. Look at these jokes. Look at these jokes. Oh, God, they're fucking embarrassing. Let's see. Where I gotta find the other one. Texas Red has a great conversation with her that I want to get to. Here we go. By the way, shout out to Texas Red. He's got fantastic responses in this. What a stupid and or dishonest question to who paid for Ty's motion to quash your subpoena. It is a stupid and dishonest question. That's true. I mean, either someone paid for it or he worked for free. The likely answer here is that Ty did it for free or he billed it to Vic because it was pertaining to Vic's case. If Ty did bill it to Vic, is this going to be a roundabout way of saying Nick got money for the GoFundMe? Yeah, it doesn't benefit Vic at all and it only benefits Nick. It literally benefits Vic. Again, a motion to quash that costs probably $50 at most because it takes 10 minutes of time to plug in some fields into a template is way better than fighting the motion elsewhere for thousands of dollars of Vic's money. It's way cheaper to do it this way. And this would cause Lemoyne to have to fight it, which he didn't. Because here's the best part. Here's the best part about all of this. If you take Catherine Tewson's conclusion to its logical outcome, and she won't ever admit this, because either she's dishonest or too stupid. One of the two. If you take her insinuations to their logical outcome, then she knows Lemoyne filed a frivolous motion, which would be a violation of Lemoyne's ethics. That's the trick here. That's what she either can't or won't formulate in this. That's why she's so dishonest. And why are Monica and Ron's lawyers prodding around the GoFundMe then? That's a good question. They know this thing bothers them. It bothers their clients. That's why they're doing it, but they know they can't touch it. Here we go. Texas Red. Was Ty the counsel of record for Nick in this case when the motion to quash was filed? I don't know what kind of attorney-client relationship they had at the time or any other, do you? And you never will. You never will. Because why would I say anything about it? And why would you have any means to find out? You were implying that Nick used GoFundMe funds to pay Ty to quash the motion. You should know this is a basic fact if you're implying such a stupid thing. Well, no, I'm asking if that's the case. Nick seems extremely reluctant to answer. You're definitely implying it. This bastardized Socratic nonsense is really predictable at this point. At this point, I think Nick's contributing more to the implication than I am. Nope. There isn't an implication without you. Without you, one doesn't exist. Ty could have filed it just to get to Lemonhead. Exactly. There are any number of reasons Ty could have filed it. Any number of reasons that have nothing to do with me. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta go to, let me get, Texas Red has a longer thread with her. And I want to get to those specific questions. Let's see. Let's go back to this one. What an interesting question. I wonder if Nick is able to formulate a response that isn't your fat. Here we go. Texas Red found it. It's not interesting. It's just I'm gaslighting. I think it's a relevant question that anyone who donated Nick's GoFundMe should know the answer to. One, why? Why would they need to know the answer to that? On who paid the specifics of a motion to quash that may or may not have been paid. I don't even know. No, it's not. The question assumes that by Ty quashing a subpoena aimed at Nick and Vic's case was in service of Nick. What Catherine is hoping is that you don't know that Ty can quash a subpoena aimed at Nick if he can show how it reasonably serves Vic interests, which is pretty simple. It costs him a lot of money to allow the subpoena to stand. It costs Vic a ton of money. No, I absolutely know that. But if that were true, that would imply that Nick would have information that could either be damaging or prejudicial to Vic's case. I can't imagine what that could conceivably be. This is what I'm talking about. First of all, Ty quashing a subpoena has nothing to do with whether or not I have any information about Vic's case at all. Literally zero. It's not a requisite for him quashing the subpoena. But she hopes that people are too stupid to understand this. She hopes that people that follow her, which, oh my fucking Christ, that's embarrassing. Look at this thing. 3150 followers literally passed through a galaxy and picked up some asteroids. That's what happened. That's the only way. Anybody following this thing is stupid. Like, literally dumb. I don't know how else to describe it, but she's hoping that the people who see this are too dumb to realize what she's saying. This is a false implication. Either you're an idiot or you're gaslighting based on the bloating. I think we know which. Burn! Burn that fatso to the ground. Look at that is. Look, there's an art. Ooh, I knew it. I knew you just couldn't manage to tweet without making a fat joke. Why would I want to? Why would I want to do that? Like, why would I? These aren't even people. Why would I want to not insult them? This is the silliest thing on the planet. There are a few reasons, really. One, prove that you can have a civil conversation. Catherine's been perfectly civil to you this whole thread. She literally opened it with accusing me of at least 3 crimes. You could prove you have more depth to your creativity than lol fat. Why bother? Again, if you guys don't know this by now, learn it now. Complex insults are wasted effort. You're insulting the person. No, sorry. You're insulting yourself by expending effort on an insult for someone you don't like. Grade school insults piss them off because it shows them 2 things. 1, they're fat and they fucking know it. 2, not only are they fat, but they're not worth your time to come up with a better insult than you're literally fat and it's gross. That's it. Why would you spend time on these people? Like, oh, I'm going to come. You spend time formulating the best insult for your friends. That's what you do. You're like, oh, I'm going to come up with a sick burn for this asshole. He got me last time. I'm going to get him this time. You're fat and gross. I don't need to think about that. I don't need to work on that. Literally, just you're fat and gross. Why would I spend time on this? Catherine implying Nick committing wire fraud isn't civil. The only one who brought up wire fraud is Nick, dear. No, if Catherine is saying she is certain Nick lied about the fact that he didn't receive the GoFundMe money, she in fact did. She's implying Nick committed wire fraud. Catherine expects you to lap this horse shit up and spread it around like that. Literally said I didn't know for certain, but you said you're pretty sure though. Besides, what use of wire is involved in paying for a service that benefits Nick? Again, wire fraud has nothing to do with it. Given your history of stupid question asking about the GFM, I'm not surprising that you are asking this question. Do you know the elements of wire fraud? Yes. Fucking nailed it. Nailed it. You sure about that? Indeed. Nailed it. Okay, since you know all the elements, please tell me how they apply here. No. This is the thing. Of course you won't. Go look at it. Go look it up. This person, Becky, just the crows and beef, she, her. You know they have no idea what the elements of wire fraud are. They have no idea. None. But you don't even know. You literally don't. Well, what are they? Nah. Why won't you say it? Don't need to. Go fuck yourself, Tubbo. Supporting your argument isn't free work, my dude. I'm not writing a legal thesis to appease fat lot Twitter orbiters. Did I ask for a thesis or did you just to make your argument? Yes, you did. Yeah, literally. Ask for the elements. If he provided the elements, they would then subsequently say, now explain each one of the elements. That's what they would do. This is the oldest trick in the book. So you won't prove you know the elements because I'm fat, and you won't connect the elements to the present facts because you totally could, right? Okay? Indeed. Nailed it. Fuck them. Fuck these people. They're terrible. They're useless. Look at them. Becky, 196 followers, 415 following. Like, who are you? Who are you? You're anonymous. You're a random person. By the way, that's fine. I don't owe you shit. No one owes you anything. Explain the elements. You explain why he's wrong, because that's your assertion. At the end of the day, this is what they do. Your assertion is that Texas Red is wrong and doesn't know the elements. Just put it out there. Put the elements of wire fraud out there and show him how he's wrong. Pro tip, he isn't. What communications, what wire communications would be involved? I don't know. GoFundMe itself is an internet service that is hosted on wires. Literally falls under the statute. Twitter, YouTube, all of the places where I've ever talked about the GoFundMe, it literally be the wire fraud statute. It's across state lines because I'm in Minnesota and people who I'm talking to are literally not in Minnesota. Plus, even if they were in Minnesota, the Supreme Court has already ruled that internet conversations go outside of the state and return back to them. So they're presumptively outside and presumptively under federal law. I don't know. Maybe all of those. Texas Red didn't have to say any of that because he was just right on the issue. And they do this. Well, support your argument. I don't have to. I know I'm right. No, you're wrong, lol. Why am I wrong? So credible, thank you. Might be past your bedtime, kiddo. Might need to sip less ices, fatso. Nailed it. Might have a light snack. Your blood sugar seems low. At least you aren't projecting. This is a fat argument going on here. The single psychological term you've encountered and still don't seem to understand. I know what projection is, hence I said you're doing it. You aren't doing it. You could never be accused of having low blood sugar. God damn it, Texas Red. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that, you piece of shit? Oh, nails it. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, so here we go. We still got to find the right one. Let's see. All I can see is her asking a series of patient questions while you piss your pants about perceived implications. Let's see. Do we have it? One of these stupid fucking threads is her going off on like 5 straight things. Whoops. Not certain, and that would be that wouldn't be wire fraud in any case, distinction without a meaningful difference. Screech gives Percy a $250K payout. Percy is a family friend and handles Grandpa Rackets' estate. I can see a way for some of that money ending up in Screech's pocket. I mean, you can because you're poor. I don't know how else to say it. People who think that stealing even $300,000 is worth prison are poor. Not a bad thing. It's not an insult. they're poor. I can make way more money in my life than $300,000, and I won't go to prison doing it. It's a dumb objective to lie and commit fraud. It's a dumb objective to launder money. It's a dumb objective for wire fraud. It's a dumb objective for every single accusation. You're poor. Emerson Grant, you think this person isn't poor? Literally admitting the ban evading going on? Trans rights are human rights. They're poor. Of course they are. To them, $250,000 is a big deal. Ty runs a law firm with something like 6 lawyers on staff as well as multiple administrative staff. $250,000 isn't enough money. How do I word this? How do I say this? Ty doing this case versus not doing this case has no impact on his law firm. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know. It's not meant to be rude. It's not meant to be anything. But when you've got a staff of like 10 to 12 people, I don't even know how many are employed by the firm right now. You've got a staff of 10 to 12 people. $250,000 isn't enough money. These people are lawyers or tech for lawyers. All of them are making 6-figure salaries. Let's do the math. Let's do the math. On salary alone, let's say everybody, the average salary at Beard and Harris is $100,000. I don't know. But if you've got 10 people, that's $1 million. That's a quarter of the income for the whole year just in salary. But that's not just salary. There are other costs involved. Imagine, and again, Ty's own pockets. But $100,000 isn't the average amount of money. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to explain it. Businesses are extremely expensive to run. You've got rent. Ty rents a very big space in a large building. I would imagine it costs somewhere around $3,000 to $5,000 a month in rent alone. Plus you've got equipment costs. Plus you've got personnel. It's just not enough. It's not enough for someone to take up a case and do it on a fraudulent basis. It's the amount of money you have to spend on running a law firm of 10 people or more is insane. Just to give you reference, I live in a tiny town. I rented a small office and it was just me and no personnel costs. Literally just me. My costs were something like $1,200 to $1,300 a month. Just me. Doing no employee in a small space to hang out my own shingle in a tiny town where rent is cheap as shit. And I bore equipment costs myself. Those weren't business costs. That was my shit that I put in there. That's cheap. I operated as cheap as possible. If I hired a receptionist, those costs would go through the roof. Just a receptionist would over double the costs. Significantly over double the costs. Probably quadruple the costs because you'd have to add like 35 grand a year in income to hire a receptionist. You hire a paralegal, suddenly becomes way more. I ran a frugal operation for a town with not a lot of money. I ran it as cheap as I possibly could. Ty's in a town of over 100,000 people in an office building with several thousand square feet and multiple staff. And that's not even counting benefits. It would cost a fortune. $250K? I mean, no one turns down $250,000. It's just not. These people think that this is a lot of money because they don't have money and they don't run businesses. I can't say it enough. I can't explain it enough. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Texas Red asked me to check my Twitter or my DMs. There we go. He nails it. Okay. Look at this. Look at this for a second while I run to the bathroom and grift you by not even being present on stream. I'll be right back. Whiskey Peeing Lawyer song incoming. See you in a bit.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your PN is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
Okay, I'm back. God, I love that song. It's so good. I was standing off to the side listening to the last like 10 seconds. Okay. Let's get to some of these chats and then we'll get to this thread. Jason the Great Awakening says big tech will collapse under the weight of their own terrible code, speaking as a computer scientist and engineer. DJ says it's the shorts, they're gayer than Vic's pants. You stop it. David Bowser says it's the shorts, those gay dad shorts. You stop it. I'm a dad. I earned this. I've suffered and toiled for the right to wear shorts and sandals at literally every occasion. Don't you dare. I have put in the work. I've bled. I have sweat. I have spent the money. I have done the work. I've earned this right, and you can't take it from me. We shall overcome. We shall. Jason of the Great Awakening says, I love how fat beneficiaries of the ultimate grift, communism, project their griftiness onto people that want to be left alone. Classy. Polaris 589 says, leave fat women alone. Mario Carter 13 says, not saying she's fat, but her denial is kind of sus. Where's your dad lawn Nikes, boomer? I wear, look, I wear sandals everywhere in the summer. Robert Stratton, welcome to lawyer status. He also says, never steal anything not worth at least twice your annual salary. Way more than that for me. It's way more than that. I got too many kids. I got a wife and a house. I can't do it. I can't imagine doing that to my family. Wolfgang Deo says, I'm not reading that while you're gone. However, I will enjoy the music. Here's $5 to read for me, Daddy. It's not a grift if you are enslaved. Okay, here we go. Get back to this. Who said Ty was legally serving Nick when he quashed said subpoena? This is some really stupid issue raising. What possible benefit would quashing that subpoena have given Vic? A ton of them. A ton of different benefits. A ton of them. Your lack of imagination isn't proof that there is no reason. I can think of 5 just making this tweet. This is the funny thing. Remember, Catherine Tewson, who, by the way, is interning for Akiva Cohen's firm because Akiva Cohen simped for the fattest fucking planet he could find. That's what he did. I don't know why he did it. Probably to quote unquote own the Kiwis. She's interning for Akiva Cohen's firm. What is it? It's not Cusk Law. It's someone else. It doesn't matter. They hired someone who's going through paralegal school because of their tweets on Law Twitter. And literally, by the way, Catherine Tewson owes me a thank you. This fatso owes me a big thank you. If I hadn't made so many fat jokes, Catherine Tewson wouldn't have an internship with Akiva Cohen's law firm right now. That's reality. She owes me. She would have just been literally another anonymous, fat, true crime simping woman on Law Twitter that no one cared about if it weren't for me making fun of her. By the way, Catherine, you're welcome. You're welcome. You'll think you got there on your own. You'll think that you did this all by yourself. If it wasn't for me, you would never have been noticed by Akiva I Like Fat Chicks Cohen. You never would have been observed by them at all if it wasn't for me making fun of you and him feeling bad for you. How embarrassing is that? That's so embarrassing that it hurts. How'd you get your job? Well, this drunk grifter on the YouTube made fun of me enough that some weird lawyer in New York took pity on me and decided to hire me. Oh. That's strange. I know, but it's reality. All right, here we go. Awesome. What are they? Notice, and this is it. This is the perfect thing. What are they? You tell me. You tell me. I know. You tell me. Do your own thinking, Tubbo. Okay, sure. I mean, I guess maybe Nick would have had information about Vic breaking privilege with his legal case that could have hurt him. That would have been bad. Nope. Or perhaps Nick could have had information about Vic's plans to hide his assets in case the hearing didn't go well. I can see how that would have been damaging to Vic's case. Nope. Also, Vic didn't hide his assets. If you actually took 2 seconds to read Texas law on trusts and homesteads, you know that since Vic's house was homesteaded prior to it being transferred into a trust, it was already protected from any claim during the case because Texas firmly protects assets, especially real estate assets that are primary residences, from anything, and it was completely exempt. So moving it into a trust had literally no legal effect on the status of those assets. So again, nope. Sorry. Try again, but this is what she does. This is what she does. I'm not even going to speculate about what kinds of damaging and or prejudicial information Nick might have about the founding of the GoFundMe and what communications happened and when between whom there, because I know that's a sore subject. You literally are speculating it right now. Again, this is the disingenuous nature of how she tweets, how she discusses, and how she converses. She makes accusations by denying the accusation. This is obvious. This isn't even clever. It's just a thing that people do who think they're clever. It's definitely possible that Nick would have information about how affiants were recruited and what requests were made of them and what promises were made to them that could be damaging or prejudicial for sure. She has literally no idea what she's talking about here. And I don't know what kind of law Akiva Cohen practices, but I am not aware of a law firm that coerces people into providing affidavits based on promises. I'm not aware of that. I don't practice law that way. I can only assume that she learned that from Akiva Cohen's law firm. And maybe there's something to look into there. As an intern of the law firm that Akiva Cohen works for. What is that law firm, by the way? Akiva Cohen. Cusk. Oh, it is Cusk Law. Fucking Cuck Law. Akiva Cohen. Cusk Law. So let's just get this out there. I think it's very troubling that an intern at Cusk Law suggests that affiants are made promises to produce their affidavits, that they are sometimes given some sort of quid pro quo for their truthful testimony, because the idea and the implication, of course, is that a quid pro quo undermines the integrity of an affidavit. Does Cusk Law engage in this? I think maybe. I sure hope Catherine didn't learn that affiants would be induced to provide testimony via promises as a quid pro quo for their affirmations. I really hope Cusk well, I guess they don't have a thing. Cusk Law doesn't practice in this way. That seems a bit questionable to me. I guess I got to spell that right. Let's see. And to be very clear, Cusk Law. I better make sure this is it. Catherine Tewson. Here we go. Just to make sure we're all on the same page. Catherine Tewson, litigation paralegal at Cusk Law. Here you go. January 2021 to present. It'd be a real shame if she learned that. If she learned that from them. I don't know. Again, I can't imagine. By the way, if you guys don't remember, oh wait, no, I'm thinking of a different one. I'm thinking mink law. It's yeah. Yeah, that's just me. I would never ever make promises to induce someone as an affiant. Seems like a quid pro quo for an affidavit is beyond legitimate representation. That's just me. I don't know how Cusk Law does things. I'm not a big city lawyer like Akiva Cohen. This small town guy. But anyway, here's the thing about how affiants were recruited and what requests were made of them. Nope. No idea. Shockingly, I don't know how many times I can say this. I'm not the lawyer in Vic's case. I don't know what happened in Vic's case. I'm reading the same public documents that everybody else is. And then occasionally I would get to interview Ty. That's it. I know people think they've created this fiction that I somehow am the mastermind of Vic's legal case. Like I'm pulling the strings, got my Puppet Master shirt and everything. No, just a guy with a platform and access to documents and depositions. That's it. That's it. Tortious inquiry. So no update yet. No, the update will of course come when the Second Court of Appeals in Tarrant County decides to actually rule on it. When they do, it will be on a Thursday at approximately 9:31 p.m. Central Time. You will know immediately, no matter what the decision is, what Vic's decision is, on a Thursday when they make the ruling. If Vic's decision is great, I'll talk about it. If Vic's decision is bad, I'll talk about it. You're going to know the outcome. You're going to know the outcome. Possibly Nick would have recollection of, or maybe even records of, conversations in which Vic was expressing a desire to see the defendants harassed or even threatened. That seems unlikely, but you did recommend that I use my imagination. Nope. Actually, let me broaden that up. It's possible that Nick could have all kinds of communications from Vic about the defendants. Might not have been probative. Definitely could have been prejudicial, though. If it's not probative and not prejudicial, then it wouldn't come out. If it's not probative and it is prejudicial, then it wouldn't come out. That would be against the rules of evidence. So even if that were true, you've just eliminated it as a useful tool. If it's prejudicial but not probative, boom, gone. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. Possibly, and this is out there, but again, we're getting speculative here. Nick would have information about how Vic made the decision to delete all his communications and contracts and on whose counsel. That would be oof. Nope. No idea. I think Vic testified the fact that he has a practice of deleting those communications or something like that. I don't know. Some people don't keep text forever. No idea. Ask Vic. Ask Ty. Can't ask me. I literally don't know. Just a guy on YouTube. You've made me into this thing, but I'm not this thing. I'm not the bad dragon you're looking for, fatso. Go find a horse and move to the mountains where you won't bother anyone. Wow, Red, this is a really useful exercise. Thanks. You're literally doing an element of one of the 5 reasons I thought up. Good luck coming up with that. Word salad shit sandwich. Doing an element. All I can think of is, and don't say do it because I don't do it. I ingest it on orders from my neuropsychologist. It's real. These weird people who come along to support Catherine Tucson. They have to support Catherine Tucson. They have to. Because they believe her. But of course, at the end of the day, here is her I'm fairly sure that the highlighted part here is a lie. This is a person suggesting that I am lying in public via the internet for the purpose, express purpose of inducing people to donate to a GoFundMe, thereby constituting federal crime if it were true. I cannot say this enough. I have said it from the start. I'll say it again. It'll be true until I'm dead. Never, ever have I, would I, or can I take money from the GoFundMe. I have no need to. I have no desire to. I don't have the ability to. I don't want it. I thought the GoFundMe was going to raise $50,000 to $70,000. You, Catherine Tucson, and other fatsos like you, kick that thing up to where it is. And where is it? Let's get right to it. Where is it? It is at $289,555. That's where it is. No one put it there but y'all. Not a single person did this. I didn't do it. I thought, look, Vic's got a lot of fans. Maybe we could raise 50 grand for this thing. We're lucky it'll go over that. Cool. That was my thought. There you go. You guys have discovered the deep mystery. And you know what I base that off of? Richard Myers' GoFundMe, which ended up raising over $100,000. I was like, you know, Vic's got a pretty big presence. Maybe he'll raise 50 grand. I don't know. I don't know how engaged Vic's fans are. I now know. But a lot of that, a huge amount of that, had nothing to do with Vic. Had everything to do with people like Catherine Tucson. That's not me, though. I didn't do any of this. It's Vic, it's his story, and then it's people protesting so hard that he literally get to live. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. Does Vic get to live? Or does he have to eat the bullet and die? Because that's what they wanted. I'll say it 1,000 times. Monica Rial, Jamie Markey, Ron Toye, and probably several of their friends knew that cutting Vic off from his fans would have a high possibility of destroying him emotionally and would put him in the ground. Therefore, Monica Rial, Jamie Markey, Ron Toye, and several of their compatriots literally and definitely wanted Vic to die from this. It's much more convenient for them if Vic eats a bullet and dies than they have to deal with what happened. But the people who prevented that, the reason that Vic is alive today, it's not me. It's you. It's you. It's the thousands of fans who line up for Vic at every convention. It's the people who send him emails that say, hey, you helped me through a really tough time. It's the people who say, hey, I know you didn't do any of this, and I really want to support you, and I'm praying for you. Those are the people who kept Vic out of the dirt. When Monica Rial, Jamie Markey, and Ron Toye would literally rather have Vic die. They would literally have him dead. Sue me, you fucking pussies. Sue me on it. They want Vic dead. And you know how I know this is true? Because I got to talk to Vic long ago, way back in February of 2019. I got to talk to Vic for about an hour, and I knew immediately that what they were doing to him was a risk to his personal well-being, his mental health, and literally his ability to go on living. And I thought, these people have known him for years. They know exactly what they're doing. Fuck them. Monica Rial hoped Vic died. Jamie Markey hoped Vic died. Ron Toye hoped Vic died. Fucking sue me, you fucking cowards. They protest now. We never wanted that. We never wanted anything. We didn't want anything. Of course they did. Of course they did. You don't accuse people of this shit. You don't lie about this shit unless you want the person to go away forever. And you hope they die. Because if they die, you don't have to deal with their clapback. Well, Vic clapped back. Vic clapped back way harder than they ever wanted. More importantly, Vic's fans clapped back way harder than they ever wanted. They didn't count on that. They thought they could just destroy him by a social media narrative like everybody else, trying to ride the Me Too wave. They didn't care what happened to him. Again, it's more convenient for them if he died. Thank God he's still alive. Next. You thought we were done? Did you think we were done? Nah, son. Let's get to this video. You thought this stream was over? Nothing is over. Hope you guys are ready. We've got a whole shitstorm right here. And by the way, weird shout out. Weird shout out to a feature. Guys, I love your super chats. Love them. They're what give me nectar. They're what help my family eat. They're what allows me to do what I do. That being said, I don't ask for super chats and I won't. One time I did was a joke for the DSP stream for the vest. I don't do that. If you choose to give money, you choose to give money. I'm not going to ask you to do this at all. I'm going to point to a feature. This is a new feature on the channel. If you like what I do, there's a thank you feature now on all of my pre-recorded videos. You can do a post hoc, post facto super chat. It's weird. I don't know why YouTube would do it. But to those of you who are watching a replay or whatever, if you like what I do, you can throw a tip in there. It's just a notification of a new feature. Let me get to the most important part. The most important part of this. Please never send me a post-video super chat in the comments. What the fuck is this feature that YouTube has? I can't imagine why anybody on earth would do it. Please don't. Don't do it. It's a weird thing. Oh, I'm not present, but I'm going to send it. Don't do it. There you go. It's enabled because look, at the end of the day, I'm a grifter and maybe I'll convince someone to do it. I don't even know how they work. I don't know how to track them. I don't know how to respond to them. So I won't. I have no idea. Don't send them. Do not send them. All right, here we go. Eldon Bainling says, when Captain Miller said, earn it, earn this, your LGBTQ shorts is not what he meant. Rip Captain Miller. Look. Yes, it was. Tom Hanks was dreaming about shorts in that scene, and you know it. Poorly redacted says no balls futa are superior to balls futa. Balls futa have anatomy which does not physiologically comport with female form. Fight me. So do no balls futa, you weirdo. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Look, if you're going to have a dick, you got to have balls. Period. If you don't have balls, if you have a penis without balls, why do you even live? Wolfgang Deos is literally getting someone fired via tweet. Legit. Well, if Cusk Law had any decency, they would fire their intern. I don't care if they fire her. I hope they keep her hired. I hope they keep her hired. It's just a weird question to me. I have lots of questions about Cusk Law. They're a big firm in New York. You're a big firm in New York and you've got one of your interns out there. Maybe they should tell them we don't do that. But I don't know. Longreach Jones says we need a small town guy to tune up of Uptown Girl. Small town guy. Whoa. Small town guy. He's been waiting for his nuggies and fries. I don't know how that works. Longreach Jones says we need wait, shit. Texas Red says Catherine Tucson ain't no Arizona Ranger. Well, true. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. Okay, let's do this. I gotta. So you guys need some. Oh shit. I zoomed in. You guys need a little bit of context on this. Why do I keep getting notifications on my phone? I didn't do anything. Oh, my Stripe funds are on the way. I guess that's a good notification. Guys, look. RicadaLaw.locals.com. RicadaLaw.locals.com. I'm shilling it. I'm bad at shilling. I'm trying to be better. I've never been good at being a salesman ever in my life. I'm trying to be better. And I know that the best way to be a salesman is to say, hey, RicadaLaw.locals.com. Please don't go to Patreon. Go to RicadaLaw.locals.com. Please sign up. That's all you got to do. I do exclusive content over there. Exclusive live streams that you can only see. You can only see them on Locals. Nowhere else. Nowhere else. Go check it out. I'm supposed to ask for the sale. I'm supposed to beg you to buy the thing. Go check it out. That's all I'm going to say. Not great at it. Not great at it. Longreach Jones says, balls or no balls irrelevant. Reverse food are where it's at. Boy pussy reigns supreme. Disgusting. Eldon Bailing says, Ridge is team no balls. Buy a Ridge wallet today. Look, I should have done a Ridge wallet ad today, but I'm going to do one tomorrow. And then Andrew War Snowboard says, Vic's perseverance is an inspiration to me because of the toxic feminists that I work with. Woke SJW cancel culture is cancer. It is. DZV Titan says, the reason people can't quit Tucson is because, like any black hole, once you cross the event horizon, there's no turning back. All right, here we go. Look at all these. I've been playing Bloons. I've been playing Bloons TD6, so I've got Bloons videos. Super Bomb Jumbo. I don't know if there's any other Bloons video maker on the planet. This guy's great. He makes great stuff. Good job, Super Bomb Jumbo. Look at this. I got me in the recommendeds on my own video. How fucking beautiful is that? I win. Poorly redacted says, hold up. Are we talking full package Fudas like with balls and axe wound or just balls only? No, both. Both. That's the thing. Okay, here we go. So here's the chat. This happens just so you guys know, every Kyle Rittenhouse video I do, every single one, these people show up. I'll show you who they are. They don't show up right away. These people don't like me. They don't like what I have to say. But this is the Rittenhouse RabbleRousers, and it's the same argument every time. How much is Locals cut if we subscribe? It's very little. It's very little. If you subscribe to me on Locals, I don't remember exactly what they take. You know, there's a processing fee. I think it's 5 to 10%. It's way cheaper than YouTube's cut. YouTube's cut's 30. I think Locals is like 5 to 10. I don't remember. But yeah. So if you want to subscribe to Locals, please do. Look, let's be real. At some point in time, I have a feeling YouTube is going to cancel me. I want to have a robust Locals presence to allow me to keep live streaming. I am one of I think there are 12 creators on Locals right now who have live streaming. Maybe it's gone up since then. I'm one of the very few people who have live streaming on Locals. I want to be able to keep doing this show. At the top of this show, I mentioned this show is the show. This is the brand. Wherever it ends up being, this is the show. So if I inevitably and eventually get canceled off of YouTube, like my friends Doug Tenaple and Q from Out of the Darkness, if I get shut down, the show will be on YouTube, on Locals. That's where it'll be. I want to build a Locals presence that would allow me to do this show without YouTube. But I hate to say it this way, because it's not necessary now. It's not, and I'm not calling for it. But if I were to do that, I need a lot more local subscribers to do so. That's why I'm pumping the Locals. That's why I'm trying to get people signed up. It's $5 a month. If you want 10, if you want 20, you can do those. It's $5 a month. Come on to Locals. And then with enough of those people, eventually I'll be completely uncancelable. And that'll be great. Matthew Harder says, I love these streams, Nick. I'm angry and want to vent. It's not about money, but we will still shekel you. Please find Jim and give him some mouth-to-mouth or maybe start up a handy on Full Choke. Get Jim on. I would love to have Jim on. I don't know if he's doing anything anymore. I'll reach out to him. I will. Poorly Redacted says, pin their comments so we can laugh and shame them. What's on Good Logic's comment, but I'll pin it. I'm going to have to go re-find it here at the top. Okay. Here we go. Good Logic sent this. Self-defense almost always requires the defendant to testify. Do you think he will take the stand? So maybe, in this case, there's a ton of evidence to show that his state of mind, since it's all on video, I can't wait to watch. There you go. That's about it. Now. Transroof Korean. Where'd their thing go? They must have had a not good speak. Chat. I said I did a video on it a while back. Okay. Who knows? For the record, I don't delete YouTube comments. This one is a friendly comment. I don't delete them. Sometimes YouTube does. I have the absolute least amount of restrictions on my YouTube comments. The literal least. I don't want any of them. I wish I could, if I could make YouTube put all of them up, I would. I have the least amount of restrictions. Don't even ask me. They just remove shit. All right, here we go. Where are we going? Where are we going? A lot of people are talking. This is great. I love this. By the way, every one of these is a view, so I'm good with this. I love arguments in my comments. Always argue in my comments. It helps me. It's the best thing in the world. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're trying to get to it. Goblin Knight L. Here's the trick. Here's the trick. Emma Norman says, Nick, have you taken leave of your senses? The reason why hashtag Team No Balls is superior side is if a pregnant futa has balls, that baby's 100% getting teabagged, hands down. Hashtag Team Don't Teabag Babies. Nope. Look, you can just pull the balls aside during labor. Stop it. Look, you can use a cock ring if you want, or a ball ring. You can bind those things upwards during delivery. Stop this. What is this? What is communism going on? Okay, here we go. Goblin Knight L. And you'll see that a lot of these people have Goblin as their name. It's weird. I don't know why. And they show up on all of my Kyle Rittenhouse videos. Here we go. Doesn't the self-defense statute say that you have to reasonably exhaust every option to avoid doing bodily harm? No. The self-defense statute does not say this. Period. Obeying curfew and not carrying a rifle you can't legally buy seems a pretty reasonable thing to do if you want to avoid hurting people, wouldn't you say? First of all, even if it did say this, neither of these things actually implicate what they're talking about. And this is going to become more apparent as we go. He better thank his lucky stars it's not me cross-examining him. Lucky Goblin Knight L, literally all day, Kyle and his lawyers would love you cross-examining him because you're fucking stupid. You don't understand the law. All day, they would take a random YouTube commenter cross-examining him over an experienced prosecutor. 10 times out of 10. Look, if I go into court with a criminal client, and they say, look, you got two options. Your client can be cross-examined. First of all, my client isn't testifying anyway, but let's say they were. Your client can be cross-examined by an experienced district attorney prosecutor. Or there's a guy on YouTube who's completely anonymous that'll cross-examine your client. Which would you choose? I'll take the YouTube guy. Wait, you don't even want to think about it? Nope. YouTube guy for sure. That guy's fucking stupid. I'll take that guy any day. Wait. My option is an experienced government official who puts people in jail for a living and jerks off to it. That's my choice, is someone who jerks off to themselves putting people in jail or YouTube commentator. I'll take the YouTube commentator 100 times. Can I take them twice? Can I force them to ask more questions? That's all I want in my life. Please, dear Christ, give me the YouTube commentator who doesn't understand state law and can't make a cogent argument about it. Please give me that person. That's the only... My job got so easy. So easy. Please have them do it. This is Dunning-Kruger in real time. And you're welcome, by the way, for the Dunning-Kruger in real time. You can't find this anywhere else. You can't find people doing this. Showing their ass on the... except a PPP stream. You can't find this anywhere. A person who engages in unlawful conduct... So they quote a subsection of the statute. Here we go. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack him or her and thereby does provoke an attack is not entitled to claim the privilege of self-defense against such attack, except when the attack which ensues is a type causing the person engaging in the unlawful conduct to reasonably believe that he or she is in imminent fear or imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. In such a case, the person engaged in the unlawful conduct is privileged to act in self-defense, but the person is not privileged to resort to the use of force intended or likely to cause death to the person's assailant unless the person reasonably believes he or she has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm at the hands of his or her assailant. Notice, this is still not what he said. Did you catch it? It's subtle. It's very, very subtle. Still not what he said. And this is why I will take a YouTube commentator asking these questions 100 times out of 10. Doesn't the self-defense statute say that you have to reasonably exhaust every option to avoid doing bodily harm? No. No, it does not. Notice what it says. Now, he copy and paste from the statute. Escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm at the hands of his or her assailant. That is a different question. Avoid doing, avoid receiving. It's a very different thing. BLT says, lol, I didn't catch that. Neither did the commentator. And this is why you always take a lay person over an experienced prosecutor. Look, prosecutors, by rule, are stupid. They practice law on easy mode. They have the full faith and credit of the state behind them. They don't have the same rules that you would have as a lawyer in any other proceeding. They get to fuck with the law over and over, and it taints their ability to practice. Prosecutors make bad lawyers. They can become good lawyers after they leave the prosecution side. I'm not shitting on prosecutors or there. The system builds them into bad lawyers. When you hire them afterwards, they have to be decommissioned from the privilege of being a state actor and put into a real attorney position where they don't have all of those resources. They don't get the deference from the judge that they literally work in the same hallway as. They don't get those things. They suddenly have to do it different. I will still 100% take a YouTube commenter over a prosecutor, because even though their job makes them bad at what they do, they're still the best people at what they do. They're still the best people at what they do. This guy doesn't even realize that he asked a different question what the statute he quoted says. But I'm not going to address that. Why would you bother? Yes, now actually apply it to the facts. Kyle didn't do the requisite conduct. And this is the key. So he's talking about a person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack him or her, and thereby does provoke an attack. So you've got two elements here. Three elements. Are they engaged in unlawful conduct? Is that conduct of a type likely to provoke an attack? And thereby do they provoke an attack? As in, does this reason for provoking an attack provoke an attack? Their argument is going to be that Kyle Rittenhouse broke curfew and illegally possessed a gun. Therefore, by doing those things, he was likely to provoke an attack. Now, what they'll never get to is that he did provoke an attack by the act of breaking curfew and illegally possessing a gun. Something, first of all, breaking curfew, everybody involved in this situation was in violation of a curfew order, except maybe Kyle. But that being said, if Kyle violated it, everyone violated it. And second, they could not possibly know he was illegally carrying a firearm. Did breaking curfew or carrying a firearm cause the attack against Kyle Rittenhouse? Clearly no. Clearly no. No matter what else you think, even if you think Kyle provoked the attack against him, even if you think that Kyle is the cause of the attack on him, breaking curfew and allegedly illegally carrying a firearm, again, something the assailants could not know, most certainly are not the causes of the attack. So again, Kyle did not commit the requisite acts, the requisite conduct to qualify for this statute. It's way out of question. It's so far out of question, I will be surprised when the district attorneys ask it and they make that assertion, and they're going to make that assertion. I'm still going to be surprised because of how much of a fucking crazy assertion it is. They didn't do it. Goblin Knight L says, if I want to exhaust every option to avoid getting hurt by a rioter, well, isn't obeying curfew a reasonable option? No. No, because the disobeying of curfew, whatever that is, by the way, Kyle Rittenhouse is not charged with disobeying curfew. They had the option. Could have thrown on their misdemeanor, disobeyed curfew. Why didn't they? Uh-oh. Kyle Rittenhouse is on private property and very likely had permission to be there. Is he disobeying curfew? Hard question. Hard conviction. Kyle Rittenhouse isn't even charged with disobeying curfew. If they try to bring up the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse is disobeying curfew, all his lawyers have to say is, objection, Your Honor. Our client is not only not convicted of disobeying curfew, he's not even fucking charged with it. Prosecution does not get to assert a crime that our client allegedly committed as evidence of an element of a crime if they were unwilling to even charge it. If they had probable cause, they would charge it. If they wanted to charge it, we'd be trying it now. They didn't, Your Honor. This cannot be used as a point against them. Can't do it. What's the judge going to say? Well, he violated curfew. Can't prove it. Your Honor, where's the conviction for violating curfew? Where's even the question about it? Can't do it. There's a reason they can't do it. Got a real question. They have a literal defense question. They charge Kyle Rittenhouse with violating curfew. All he has to say is, I was invited to private property where I stayed. That's it. They have to prove that he somehow left that private property. They have to prove that he didn't have permission to be there. They can't do it. Can't prove it. And they know it. Anyway. Here's John Rage. This is another person. If Kyle didn't anticipate conflict, why did he have with him a rifle that he couldn't legally buy? Who cares? Because he literally can have a rifle that he didn't legally buy. Anticipating. Here's the thing. Let's go with this. Kyle anticipated conflict. There you go. Here you go. I'll even say it. Kyle anticipated conflict. That's not provocation. Doesn't fall under the statute. Fuck you. I'll take you asking questions 10 times out of 10. Sure, Kyle anticipated conflict. Who wouldn't? It's a literal riot. His assailants were all violent rioters. Thank you, by the way, for suggesting that Kyle anticipated conflict. You've got a convicted pedophile, a convicted domestic abuser, and a very much accused, if not convicted, drug dealer and domestic violence person. Why wouldn't Kyle anticipate violence from these people? And he absolutely has a right to defend himself from pedophiles, rapists, child rapists. Joseph Rosenbaum, child rapist, convicted. He has an absolute right to defend himself. He anticipated conflict. Okay. Now explain to me how anticipation is provocation. Oh, fucking wait, you can't. Your Honor, I rest my case. I'll take that all day. Kyle anticipated conflict. Yes, Your Honor. In fact, based on all of the evidence that we have, all of the evidence in every single protest, we know that these protesters often become violent. They assault people, and the police are never there to actually deal with the problem. Did he anticipate violence? Yes. Did he provoke violence? No, Your Honor, of course not. I rest my case. Fuck you. Take it every time. Let them say that, well, wasn't he expecting the Antifa rioters to be violent? Yes, they're violent. They're assaultive. They're murderous if you let them. They have no regard for law. I'll take that every... Oh, please give me these questions. If I am engaged in unlawful conduct, like breaking curfew to be a vigilante, that's a different question, by the way. If Kyle was breaking curfew, I'll contend that he wasn't, and so will the state, since they didn't even charge him with it. Saying to be a vigilante, there's no evidence that Kyle wanted to kill anybody. None. There's actually large evidence to the contrary, which Barnes and I discussed. By the way, stream clips of me and Barnes coming out tomorrow. I found a couple great grifty clips to put up, and those are coming. And that type of behavior is likely to provoke an attack. By the way, being a vigilante isn't a fact. And being a vigilante isn't a criminal act. I don't know if you guys realize this, but there is no law that says you shall not be a vigilante. What does that even mean? Being a vigilante is a whole lot of stuff, but it doesn't necessarily imply an illegal act. So again, you're outside of the statute. How can I say I did exhaust every reasonable option to not get hurt when it's the initial unlawful conduct I should have avoided? Here's actually a problem with their argument, by the way. Engaging in breaking curfew. Let's again we'll take the assertion. Kyle broke curfew, and for the purposes of this argument, Kyle was in unlawful possession of a firearm. I actually don't believe that in any stretch, but let's take the argument. He's broken 2 laws now. How did that provoke an attack? Oh. Wait, so just being in a place and having a firearm isn't a justification for provoking an attack? For inducing someone to cause you harm? Lots of people, by the way, have a firearm and are unlawful in some way, and they don't provoke an attack. What is inherently provocative about having a firearm and breaking curfew to someone who is also breaking curfew? What about that provokes an attack? If I see someone armed with a firearm, am I going to go attack them? Literally, no. Never. Why would I? I value my life. I'm going to go attack someone with a gun. That seems fucking stupid. Why would I do this? Provocation. It's oddly specific. But instead engaged in that could have, and in this case did, get me attacked to begin with. Did it? Wait a minute. How do you know? First of all, we've got a big problem with their argument here. And again, I'm not even addressing, I'm at the lake. I'm responding to this stuff at the lake, and I go, here's me. Someone at the lake, I'm at a family reunion, and a distant family member who I've never met, very nice guy, has a sailboat, a little tiny sailboat. Seats about 4 or 5 people. And some of my kids want to ride in the sailboat. I've never ridden a sailboat. I go, okay, my kids are little. I'll ride in the sailboat with them just in case, right? So I'm on the lake riding in the sailboat when all this stuff happens. You have to understand my state of mind in responding to this. And I go, this is great. If this person keeps going, I can talk about this on a stream. Yeah, I'm definitely going to respond to these things. Again, everything has to be lensed through the grift. If I can grift views and super chats off of throwing up a comment here and there, I will grift all day. I will grift all day. And I'm at the fucking lake. What is easier in my life than throwing up a comment and saying, I'll talk about this later. This is great. So here we go. This guy is testifying to the state of mind of the deceased. Now remember, by the way, we've got 1,500 likes on this stream, which is crazy town. I didn't think anyone was going to show up. It's a Sunday, late at night, random stream. Later than normal, basically no announcement. You guys are amazing. So, in honor of the extra 500 likes, we have another drink of Rittenhouse rye. Here's the thing. They're going to try again. So put yourself in the eyes of a prosecutor. The shoes, whatever it is. Put yourself in the panties of a prosecutor who's going to try and do this. How is the prosecutor going to testify that Joseph Rosenbaum, because that's the trick. They can't go to one of the subsequent assailants. The only one alive is Gage Grosskreutz, the third assailant. Actually, I think he's the fourth. But they can't ask Gage why he attacked Kyle Rittenhouse because it won't involve the provocative behavior of being out past curfew plus carrying gun. At that point, a mob of people is attacking Kyle Rittenhouse and Huber, whatever his name is. I can't remember his first name. Huber and Grosskreutz participated in the mob attack on Kyle Rittenhouse. Based on people saying he shot someone, he did this, they're doing that. The unlawful behavior of being out past curfew and having a gun are long gone at this point. So you can only go to Joseph Rosenbaum. Here's the inherent flaw with their problem. And again, this is a YouTube commenter versus an experienced prosecutor. Experienced prosecutor probably does not suggest that Kyle Rittenhouse was attacked by his assailants. Because here's the thing. You're going from legal argument about dismissal, right, to jury argument. Okay? As a prosecutor, when you make this argument in court, you are going to have to convince a jury that Joseph Rosenbaum, convicted child rapist who chased Kyle Rittenhouse for about 40 yards before grabbing at Kyle Rittenhouse's gun before being shot. You're going to convince them that his attack of a person with an AR-15 was justified and based off of Kyle Rittenhouse being out past curfew and Kyle Rittenhouse illegally carrying a gun, something Joseph Rosenbaum could not have known. This is what you're going to try and convince a jury of. And think about your argument. Joseph Rosenbaum yelled at, chased, and tried to assault Kyle Rittenhouse because he was out past curfew. And then Kyle shot him. He was not justified in pulling the trigger. And they're going to go, hold on. We've heard testimony that this guy is a child rapist. Now your testimony is that he attacked, the child rapist attacked a minor because he was out past curfew. While he was also out past curfew? Not guilty, Your Honor. Not guilty, Your Honor. No, we don't need to go into the jury room. He's not guilty. Again, the prosecutors, to be very clear, to Goblin Goblinus, notice a subtle change. We went from Goblin Knight L to Goblin Goblinus. This is what I was talking about, by the way. Probably the same person. No prosecutor in their right fucking mind makes this argument before a jury. You may make these arguments in a motion to dismiss or something like that. They haven't actually moved to dismiss the murder charges of Kyle Rittenhouse. They're taking those to jury. They didn't even move to dismiss them. Because you can't. You can't. Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2 people and shot a third. That's a fact. It's a reality. outside of justification, it's murder. So you don't make a motion to dismiss. But you do make a motion to dismiss on the illegal carrying. That's out there. I'm trying to get a copy. Hopefully, I'm going to talk to Robert Grueller about this soon, by the way. Stay tuned for that. That being said, no prosecutor, and this is, again, we're highlighting the difference of anonymous YouTube commentator and prosecutor. No prosecutor goes before a jury and says, Joseph Rosenboom, the deceased, attacked Kyle Rittenhouse. That's our testimony. Not guilty. Wait, so he attacked him? Not guilty. He tried to hit him? Not guilty. Tried to take his gun? Not guilty. Self-defense. Joshua Sanabria says, I wonder, most of these social media giants are publicly traded. So why the heck can we use some of that filthy racist money from those old rich white men to have, we have to buy their companies? It would cost untold amounts of money to buy enough of their companies. Wolfgang Deo says, I didn't legally buy the weapons I used for practice and was armed with while standing watch in the military. How could that ever be illegal? Earth Grand 234 says, why must we choose between balls or no balls? Today I introduced hashtag love all foodies. No, love no foodies. They're degenerate and disgusting. Long Range Jones says, late night Sunday for you. Train ride home on Monday for me. Decent LawTube entertainment. Easy to drop pocket change on. Thank you. Thank you. Like Long Reach Jones, you don't understand. Every single chat that comes in is boon to me. And again, I will do this show. One day you guys are going to test me on it, and it's going to be a terrible, terrible day. But I will hold true to my word. I will do this show with 0 super chats. 0. You know why? Because I get the opportunity to tell thousands of people a bunch of stories and a bunch of jokes. And I can't, for the life of me, think of a better job than that. And I challenge you motherfuckers to do it to me sometime. At some point, I don't know how you're going to organize it. I don't know how you're going to arrange it. At some point, I'm going to do a stream. You're going to send me 0 super chats. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to still do this show. Of course I will. Of course I will. This show is what I want to do. It's what I like doing. It's what I enjoy. I don't require chats. I don't require income. I enjoy them, of course. And I'll be transparent and tell you all about all my exploits all the time. But that being said, it's not required. I do the show for the show. One day you guys are going to hold me to it. I'm going to go, fuck, that was a terrible show. God damn it. How did I not make blah, 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 blah. But I'll still do the show and I'll still do the next one. Of course. IR Mad Cow says, it was like the kid was escaping Beirut. Lol, play Suba games, couple rounds of reality. And no one important says, I will never let that happen, Nick. Take my money. And then Benjamin Myers says, get on EFAP, Nick. I'd love to. It's, look, I don't force my way into things. If Mahler wants to have me on, he'll have me on. I will make a Friday for EFAP. Or whatever day. Is it Friday? I think it's Friday. I'll make whatever day. I don't care. Let me know. I'll make the day. You think you can outstream me, EFAP, you motherfuckers? Mahler, you fucking coward. You think you can stay on a stream longer than me? Longer than me? I'll stay on for your 24-hour stream. Fuck you, Mahler. You think you can... Oh, I'm going to talk about this movie for 10 hours. 10 hours? Bitch, amateur hour. I'll talk about this movie for 12 hours. 13, 15 hours. I don't even care. It's a challenge. I will fucking throw it. As long as you're on, I'll be on. What do you got? You think you're more important than me? You think, what am I? Some scrub with all sorts of obligations? No. Fuck you. I'll make time for your show any day, you motherfucker. I'll sit here forever with the power. By the power of whiskey, I have the power. I will wreck your shit. All right, here we go. So here we go. Here's my response. And again, I'm typing from my phone at the lake, so forgive me. Forgive me. Oh Christ, the idiot patrol has arrived. Breaking curfew is not likely to provoke anyone, and Kyle would be again, think of what they're saying. If the unlawful act is likely to provoke an attack and provokes an attack, then everybody who broke curfew, including the fucking rioters, would be provoking an attack. Like the argument defeats itself. At the end of the day, it defeats itself. So you're going to say a group of rioters who are out breaking curfew among several other statutes and city ordinances. By being out past curfew, Kyle Rittenhouse is likely to provoke attack. It's like, okay, wait. The person next to them is likely to provoke an attack? Well, why didn't it? Every other person breaking curfew, there's 1,000 people breaking curfew on this block. And it's likely to provoke an attack. How? How did that happen? Oh, it didn't. Again, picture yourself in the prosecutor's butt plug, thinking about this, going, would I make this argument in front of a jury? No! Of course you wouldn't. This is the dumbest argument on the planet. Because it requires all the similarly situated people to pass the same test, and they can't. Can't do it. Sven says, drinking a beer while walking in a forest in Denmark and having a blast on your show. Fuck, a forest in Denmark? Why am I not in a forest in Denmark? That sounds fucking cool. We got, holy shit. Free Idea says, Nick, I'm telling you, you need to get with animators and create a Chair Coon anime short where Vic voices Chair Coon, Trex voices the evil Fuda villain, you voice the big titty sidekick, Ty voices the wise sage, and your voice by Donald Trump. Crusader Saracen says, I hereby declare Texas Red a hero of the Imperium. Give that man a successor chapter already. Taybebe26 says, can I cross-examine your Fuda? I'd like to cross-examine them both verbally and medically to get the bottom of his balls, to get to the bottom of this balls, no balls conundrum. Disgusting. No, you cannot. What is wrong with you? Have you no decency, sir? And Pastor Flash says, Nick, EFAP is nearly at episode 150, like 4 to go. It's going to be a 24-hour stream. Eric D says, grandkids, I was a famous YouTuber. I don't know MXR. Ryan Wilson says, can you make a video on any updates on Save James? I'll look, man. It's been a long time. And Kitomi Chiutanichi says, found out today my workshop is going to cost a couple of $1,000 more than expected. RIP. Thanks for all you do. And can I get a birthday shout out? Kiyotomi. Happy birthday. Guys, people make light of birthdays. They do. Like, oh, what'd you fucking do? Live another year? Yes. In Joe Biden's America, with COVID, with rampant feminism, with violence peaking, I literally lived another year. I did it. Fuck you. I didn't get canceled. I didn't get destroyed. I didn't get buried in the ground. I didn't get suicided by Hillary Clinton. I didn't get killed by an inner city youth. None of these things happened to me. I lived another year. The way they talk about violence, and gun crime, it's a wonder anybody lives through any years at all. Don't cheapen your birthday. You made it. You beat COVID. You beat the flu. You beat obesity. Obesity is a way bigger killer than any of these things. You beat caffeine addiction. You beat Democrat city life. You beat all of this stuff. You did it. You won. You lived. Don't let them take that away from you. Vindicus Prime says there's a free game called Chair Simulator. Nope. Eddie Most 1000 says, I believe her name is spoken like Tucson, Arizona. Maybe relates to her size, which is 226.7 square miles. God damn it. Okay, back to this. Breaking curfew is not likely to provoke anyone, and Kyle will be similarly situated to his assailants who are also breaking curfew. To be a vigilante is something you created in your head. Kyle's not charged with violating curfew, by the way, and if they did, actually has a decent defense because it appears he had permission to be on the private property he was occupying anyway, whereas assailants did not. I've seen your argument 100 times, probably from you. It was wrong then, it's wrong now. You refuse to actually read the law. When you try to cherry pick one section, you run into the problem of having inadequate facts and ignoring the fact that he did exhaust all options by retreating, which he wasn't required to do until he was no longer able to retreat. You're either a troll, an idiot, or both. Goblina says, did you turn your notifications off again? Look, you weirdo. I don't turn off YouTube notifications. And I literally replied to you. Literally, like I'm in the replies to you. Look at this. Fucking weird. I'm literally replying before you. But here's the thing. YouTube does not actually give me notifications 99% of the time. B-Man0013 says, why don't you do a stream with Steve Leto? Is he just across you? I've never talked to him. He sounds great. I like him. Leto's Law, fantastic. Good job. Signing on to what? To break curfew to guard property from criminals who won't listen to the cops with guns means you realize your actions are likely to provoke an attack, doesn't it? No! No. Actually, no. Like, literally, no. Provocation typically requires an affirmative act, like calling someone the N-word. Let's humbly suggest that. Kyle sees Joseph Rosenbaum and he's black rather than just white and Jewish. He says, get off my private property, you N-word. Maybe that provokes an attack. Maybe. Let's say he points the gun at Joseph Rosenbaum. That's an illegal act that provokes an attack. Sure. Rosenbaum now is compelled to defend himself against a gun that's being pointed at him. Let's say he steals money from he steals Joseph Rosenbaum's purse. Or more importantly, he steals the underwear from the minor boys that Joseph Rosenbaum was raping. He steals that instead. Because let's not forget that Joseph Rosenbaum, may Allah have no mercy on his soul, is a convicted child rapist. Not sexualist like harasser or something like that. He literally raped minor boys. This guy belongs in every wood chipper we can find. His pieces belong in subsequent wood chippers. There should be a chain of wood chippers grinding him into a fine mist. Fuck Joseph Rosenbaum. Are you kidding me? Anyway. No. Breaking curfew to guard property from criminals who won't listen to cops does not mean you are likely to provoke an attack, and you're ignoring the other element. That has to be the reason for the attack. That's the other part of the statute. You quoted it. It has to be the reason for the attack. If Joseph Rosenbaum attacked Kyle, because he wanted to get in that ass because he's a child male rapist, then Kyle's curfew violation didn't provoke the attack. But it almost always requires an affirmative act, not a passive act, not presence, not some liability. Oh, he's carrying a gun. Carrying a gun? Look, if you guys see someone carrying a gun, are you likely to attack that person? No, you're the opposite. You're the literal opposite of that. This doesn't make any sense. And Rosenbaum can't testify for his reasons to provoke the attack, or that Kyle provoked the attack. Can't do it. Grage Grosskreutz is going to say what? He shot people. Okay. Those are justified, though, so that's not an illegal act. You're outside of the statute. Doesn't count. Now, if you want to stop the ad hom argument and show me the part of the statute you want me to focus on, I will. Please, let's keep this civil. This is the thing we need to do. I said, you're either a troll, an idiot, or both. That's not ad hominem. Look, if I call you a fucking fat cow who literally eats the liposuction of women trying to be thin because you're so fucking fat, that's not ad hominem. Ad hominem is saying you're wrong because of the insult. An insult is not an ad hominem statement. An ad hominem statement is your argument is invalid because of your insult. That is the ad hominem. Me saying you're a troll, an idiot, or both are facts. Those are true things. Your argument isn't invalid because of those. Those just happen to be true. Your argument is wrong because of the reasons I pointed out. And this is the ad hominem jerk-off fallacy. That's where you take ad hominem and you bukkake it onto your fucking face, thinking that that shields you. It doesn't. You're wrong because you're wrong. You just also happen to be stupid, you fucking moron. And then another one. Plenty of people out there. These are all like at the same time. Plenty of people out there didn't have guns because they didn't anticipate being attacked, but Kyle did. Lots of people had guns and also weren't attacked, though. That's a problem with your argument. No, that's not how the provision works. No matter how many times you incorrectly assert it, it still won't be how that works. Presence in the place where someone decides to attack does not provoke an attack. These people were going to attack the used car lot where Kyle Rittenhouse was. His presence didn't provoke it. That was their objective. They wanted to light the cars on fire. They wanted to cause mayhem. They're literally rioting. They're attacking things. They're rioters. They're engaged in unlawful, unpeaceful behavior. They're rioters. There is no provocation necessary. If Kyle wasn't there, they would have attacked the property. They didn't attack Kyle because he had a gun or because he was present. They just attacked Kyle. And furthermore, being in a place where someone doesn't want you to be, unless it's their house, is not provocation sufficient for the law. All right, here we go. Gunner says state mandated audits of YouTube view counts now. Slim Jim Jung-un says finally got a new job so I can chip in for the streams. Keep up the good work, Nick. Enjoy the 50 cents USD conversion rate this will have. Rip. Timothy Reaper says you even managed to survive all those mean words on the internet. Cheers. Gunner says that guy filed his taxes late while being black. That's provocation. Let's get him. Quote, some lynch mob. And Victor Phantasm says, Nick, in my culture, we ask friends for advice and understand that marriages are nerve-wracking, but why was Miss Rackets the one? Is marriage an upward battle toward perfection? Miss Rackets was the one for me, Lady Rackets, because of a couple things. I was attracted to her. She talked to me. We were friends. We became friends, right? Like when When I first saw her, I didn't know her. I was attracted to her from the onset. We became friends, and then we just worked. I don't know how else to describe it. I got the feeling. I said, this is the one. We both talked about it. We decided that if we were going to do something, it was going to be forever. We would not let divorce enter our marriage. We would not let divorce enter our vocabulary. I still, to this day, don't think we've ever said the word divorce to each other. I strongly recommend that in your relationships too, your serious ones. Because don't give doubt a foothold in your relationship. Don't do it. Don't give yourself an out and don't give them an out. You work at it. You work hard. Why is Lady Raggets the one? One, she's stacked. She's stacked from the get-go. Thought she was beautiful from the moment I saw her. And then two, we worked well together. That's it. We decided to give it a try and we committed to making it work. Eric D says Rosenblum is good at identifying boys under 18. That's true. Okay, back to this. This is such an idiotic premise. That's presence in a place where someone decides to attack. Quote, when a robber came to your house and you were in it watching a pirated movie. This is actually an apt analogy. Let's say Kyle Rittenhouse was illegally carrying a gun. He wasn't, but let's say he was. He's in a place where he has permission to be and he's illegally carrying a gun. That meant you were going to provoke an attack by the robber, therefore you have to die. So the rioter, who does not have permission to enter the private property after curfew, where Kyle Rittenhouse was, is going to then enter the property. They are the robber with the intention of causing damage to private property. So they're going to come in where Kyle has a place to be. And they say, well, he's got a gun, therefore I can attack him. Nope, doesn't work that way. They were going to attack anyways. They were going to attack the place where Kyle happened to be, whether he was there or not. Can't provoke something that was already going to happen. Just because you're in the way of the attack doesn't mean you provoked it either. Don Gamer Guy says, wait, stacked as in big tits? No, because that's pretty funny. Dad, why did you love mom titties all? Look, if you don't know the story, Lady Rackets invited me to be a cheerleader, and I ended up being one. It's a long but short story. My job as a cheerleader was to lift Lady Rackets up. I'm not a big guy. You can see that. I'm not huge. I was able to lift her up. She was thin. She was beautiful. I can't think of much more on my criteria than that. That attracted me to her immediately. And then afterwards, after that initial attraction, I got to know her and we clicked. There you go. That's it. That's simple. Okay. And then no. No is my answer. That analogy leaves much to be desired. Presence at a riot while acting in the capacity of a security guard against criminals that aren't going to listen to the cops is not supposed to cause you to be attacked. No. No, by the way. Listen to this. If I ask someone to watch my stuff, Kenjikin says, did you have a man bun? No, Jesus Christ, no. Did you smell your hand after? Stop it, Cave Canum. Pick says, lol, using a lot of past tense here. Look, I'm bigger than I was. Significant. I'm 30 pounds heavier than I was in college. That's a reality. But here you go. If you ask someone, like, you're going to leave a backpack on the ground, right? Look, buddy, I got to take a piss. Can you watch my backpack? Are you then provoking someone to attack the person who's watching your backpack? No, of course not. This is nonsensical. No one walks up and's like, wait, you're a security guard? Oh, you got a gun? I'm going to fucking attack you. Think about the lunacy of this stupid argument. Have you ever gone somewhere and you're like, there's a security guard. I look at that guy. Oh, he's got a gun on his hip. I'm going to attack that motherfucker. That's the first guy on my list. No one does this. No one does this at all. Who in their right mind, who thinks that guy's armed and he's guarding something? I better fucking attack. That's the last guy you want to attack. I've legit thought I can outrun her. Yes, outrunning someone is not attacking them. That's the difference. Okay, here we go. Because to me, it seems like it would. This person's a fucking moron. Leaves less to be desired than your empty assertions based on bald misunderstanding. There's no point discussing it further. You're incorrect. Good day. No point because you're outclassed. Will you upload your reaction to the verdict? Please and thanks. No point because you literally aren't here to discuss. You're here to assert your point, and that's fine. You upload your reaction. Of course I'm going to upload. I'm going to live stream the trial if I can. I will make a ton of money off the Kyle Rittenhouse trial if I can live stream it. It's the greatest thing on the... Please let me do it. Here we go. Outclassed. You don't understand that provocation isn't just being somewhere with a gun. That doesn't provoke attacks. It needs to be an affirmative act. You don't want to understand. I'll be covering the trial extensively. And you don't understand provoking an already angry group of people is easier than you care to admit. And that's why the curfew for lawful citizens was called. No, it was not. What? Look at this. Look at how fucking stupid this argument is. I can't even believe it. I can't believe this. Think of this. Curfew for lawful citizens was called because the government knew that people out, lawful citizens out would be attacked. Do you realize the argument you're making? Rather than send police to stop an unlawful mob from harming lawful people, the government issues a curfew to restrict lawful people? Are you kidding? That's, again, I've only half read these responses. This is new to me. That is your argument? Well, again, Your Honor, this fucking idiot can ask questions all day. I rest my case in advance. I don't even want it. Let's just let him go. Let's just let him go. This is great. Just look at how mad I make your whole comment base by speaking out against you and your angry mom. Between me responding and him, there's what, 2 people? That's it. 2 people responded. Again, it's literally creating a fiction. Why and ooh, scary does your big talk online make you feel good about yourself? And these are responses to other people. Look at this. They literally just lie. It's amazing how effective it is to go into a comment section and be stupid. True. Ad hom arguing all you got. No, it's amazingly effective. Try it. I encourage all of you guys to try this. Go into any comment section on the planet and just be fucking idiotic. Just be as stupid as you can be. You'll get a bunch of people mad really fast. It works. It works every time. This is a rule of the internet. How do I make people mad? Just go somewhere and be retarded. Oh, that's it? Yeah, that's it. Cool. 100% effectiveness. 100% of the time, it works all the time. It's amazing. If so, then you reinforce my position that you were outclassed. Then I say, oh, damn. You can pretend you've won an argument by intention. I missed the end because my phone is gay. Intentionally misunderstanding your own assertions all day doesn't make your argument right. Just means that you don't understand why you're wrong. Anyway, good day. Maybe read up on how provocation works and realize that even if provocation applies, Kyle fulfilled any duty to retreat prior to discharging his weapon. He did. Your argument is incorrect, but the worst part is even if your argument were correct, your overall position is wrong. So Allison Alderman, by the way, does anybody know who Allison Alderman is? I don't even know who this is. And the former sheriff who both disagree with you, I believe them. Great. It's like no cop has ever lied about an offense in the effort to get someone prosecuted. Weird. I can't believe that that's never happened, but it never has. It's never been recorded in history. No idea. But I literally don't know who Allison Alderman is. I believe them. And I don't believe you know what the words in compliance with 29.593 means. You don't have to agree with me. By the way, a ton of defense attorneys agree with me on this. Barnes explained it. That's what one of the clips tomorrow is going to be. The rule of lenity. The rule of lenity in criminal cases. Barnes lays it out. He fully agrees with me. By the way, so do all of Kyle's defense attorneys, of course, agree with my position that this statute doesn't apply to him because he wasn't hunting. He's under no obligation to obtain a hunting permit. And therefore, he's under no obligation to having completed the training requisite to obtaining a hunting permit. Period. You don't need it. You don't need it. We might lose that argument. That's a possibility. But that's the reality of the statute. Whether a jury goes along with it is always a question. That's the legal reality. And if the judge dismisses that and says, no, by the way, they might even appeal it. I don't know. We'll see. But there's no way, by the way that statute is written, that Kyle is guilty. Now, people can be wrong on reading the statute. And maybe the Wisconsin legislature intends it a different way. They should have written it a different way, but they didn't. But yeah, anyway, Kyle had the weapon illegally. This actually hasn't been borne out at trial. We'll see. He left with the intent to potentially kill. How do you intend to potentially kill? First of all, again, what facts are on your side? None of them. None of them. Kyle has, to my knowledge, never said, I wanted to kill someone. I thought I would kill someone. I was aiming to discharge my weapon. None of it. They have no facts that Kyle would intentionally potentially kill someone. What potentially kill in a legal sense means is utilize deadly force. There's no evidence that Kyle intended to use deadly force on anyone. They just make this shit up. When he could have avoided the riot easily back in Antioch. Look, just stay away, bigot. Who cares if you have a legal reason to be there? Who cares if you have a personal obligation to be somewhere? Who cares if you said you'd be there? Who cares if you just want to defend your community? Who cares? Look, don't be in your house when the robber shows up. You could have avoided the robber by going out the back door the second they came in their house. Look, you discovered someone raping your child. You could have left. Why would you stay? That's weird. That's going to provoke an attack from the rapist. Look, someone pulls a gun on you. You could just hand over your wallet. Just get out of the car, bigot. You could have avoided all this just by complying with the criminal. You have no obligation to comply with an unlawful act, period. ZaraBB says, isn't there a vid where Kyle says, please don't make me shoot? Maybe. I don't know. But even so, that's not anticipation because he's already got the gun. He's speaking in the moment. This person's talking in advance of that. He left with the intent to potentially kill when he could have avoided the riot easily back in Antioch. His actions don't align. It's align with the GN. With self-defense as much as reckless homicide. Nope. But I don't care if you believe them. Defense lawyers and use of force experts are on my side on both issues. You don't even need to believe me on this stuff. Tons of more experienced lawyers take the same position because it's the correct position. So then the final response. The correct position would be not to break the curfew and to place culpability on Kyle for being an idiot with a gun and no authority to order criminals what to do. Here's a shocking thing, actually. Kyle may have had full authority to order those people off of the property. We don't know. If the owner of the property said, hey, will you come and defend my property? Or if someone said, hey, will you come defend this property on behalf of the owner? Kyle says, sure. Then he's actually empowered to tell the criminals what to do. So again, a wrong assertion. If I say, hey, will you hang out at my front door and anybody who comes there say fuck off? And they're entitled to tell people to fuck off even if they're trying to rob my house. They can do that. Again, this is a weird thing. He broke curfew, so he's just as unlawful as anyone. This goes against your argument, you dummy. You fucking dummy. If he's just as unlawful as anyone, he's similarly situated and the unlawfulness is removed. Therefore, you remove the element. You remove the element. If you've got two unlawful parties, neither of them is acting appropriately and the element is removed. You don't get to hold the unlawful actions of Kyle against him and not against the unlawful people who tried to literally fucking kill him. It's not how law works. Plus, city ordinance curfew says at 10 p.m. all minors need to have a parent or guardian supervising when on commercial property. Again, does he not have a guardian supervising? Are you going to prove that? You have to prove that out. They haven't charged him. Why? They can't prove it out. What time did the shooting take place and how many laws did Kyle break before them? I don't know. They didn't charge him with those laws. They don't get to hold them against him. This is the beauty of criminal defense law. The prosecutor has all of the burden in the world, and the defense attorney just has to say, nuh-uh. He was violating curfew. He's actually, Your Honor, objection, Your Honor. There's no evidence that Kyle Rittenhouse violated curfew. What do you mean he was out past? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is Kyle on trial right now for violating curfew? Because he never violated curfew according to the law. Your Honor, we don't get to use evidence of him violating curfew to prove that he violated curfew for the purpose of proving that he was acting unlawfully. Your Honor, with respect, they cannot bring up this argument. I'm going to ask you to dismiss the charge because now they've tainted the issue. Now they've introduced an unlawful act for which Kyle Rittenhouse is not even charged because they couldn't raise even the modicum of probable cause. Your Honor, there's no way they can prove this. They're trying to introduce evidence to prejudice my client without facts, without a record. Can't do it. You can't do that. What laws did Kyle break before that? I don't know. If they try to bring them up, you've got a mistrial. You've got a mistrial on your hands. Your Honor, if Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty of these offenses, if they have probable cause to believe it, why didn't they charge it? Not charged him. It's been over a year and they haven't charged him. They've had extensive investigations into this and they haven't charged him. Your Honor, the only conclusion we can come to is Kyle was not guilty of any of these minor offenses. So we're going to object to them trying to introduce this at court. We're going to move for a mistrial because they've tainted the jury. Fuck them. Fuck them. Anyway, look, I do some things for you. I respond to these arguments for you. That's a lie. I do it for me so I have content. But I'm not right now getting real attacks from the Sophie Karens, fake attacks that have been going on for a year from KickVic, and then annoying attacks from the same 3 fucking people who don't understand the law on Kyle Rittenhouse. But I will endure every attack on the planet just for the chat. Just for the chat. Now, I'm going to go to bed. But tomorrow, we're going to have another show. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I hope you enjoyed this show. You guys always show up, even when I have no notice for a stream. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It makes doing this fun. The super chats help. But really, and I mean this from the bottom of my cold black soul, just you guys being here and participating in the chat, that's what gives me the energy to keep going and to do these things. Even if it's on a Sunday late at night and it's now 4:20 in the morning and I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to eat and then I'm going to go to bed. Okay, here we go. Couple chats left. Gunner says, I guess rioters are a protected class of people now, like they're an endangered species that needs protection of the law. I wish rioters were an endangered species. Unfortunately, it seems like they're booming right now. Eldon Bainling says 5 hours without Drexler or Ty. Noseman base lately. I don't aim to do 5 hour streams. I thought this might be a 2 hour stream, but I said at the beginning, it's up to y'all. It's up to how we keep going. Ryan79 sent peace. Wolfgang Dale says movie night. I have 10,000 M bits to give. Movie night is tomorrow, brother. Tomorrow. Microbits, so 10 bits. Oh, good. Tomorrow's movie night. And then finally, Irby says, hey, Nick, figured I'd hop in and say hi because I didn't expect to catch you live and I'm too lazy to catch up. It'll be an interesting stream to listen to during my shifts, although Ty Beard's stream is first. Cheers. And Crusader Saracen says, first of all, I will not allow anyone to address Kyle Rittenhouse without the title of Sheik. Second of all, Sheik Rittenhouse, blessings be upon him, did us a favor by sending Jacob Rosenbaum to the justice of judgment of Allah. Jamie Moodley says, Dollhouse Phil stream when? Phil messaged me. I don't know why. I'm waiting for a response, but I think he messaged me and I responded to him when he was asleep. Tachyon Black says, I'm only sending this to inconvenience you by preventing you from eating a bit longer. And Nick Khan says 7 days streaming. Talk about stamina. Oh, girl. I got stamina likes you wouldn't believe, girl. But yeah, it's very, very much appreciated. Mesha Kahari Roos says, love you, brother, and your streams have helped me understand the law better, and for that I thank you. Hey, look, my main goal is to make you laugh, make you smile. But if you learn something about the law, I hope that happens too. All right, guys, I'm going to grab some food and go to bed. We're going to have a cooking stream soon. We're going to have more locals exclusive streams soon. Tomorrow, I'm going to put out some videos. Me and Barnes, some clips of that, and then plus some new stuff. I gotta start hitting these things hard. And then more shorts are on the way. I apologize. But look, if I can add tens of thousands of views to the overall view count, I'm going to do it. Even if it doesn't make me any direct money, it makes me money ancillarily, and it might get some new asshole in the chat. And we love our assholes here. And then finally, I'm doing an experiment. I'm still going to upload things to the archive channel, but I'm going to leave them public on this one and see what happens. Fair warning. All right, guys. I'll catch you soon. Have a good night. Here comes the outro. Peace.